Hello.
Hello. Hello, imbecile.
Hello.
Chips, please not the spray bottle again. Welcome, refugee. You are safe here. Add Sakai no. Your eyeballs pay for dog's food though.
Oh, they can't hear you yet.
Me bully.
Okay, now they can hear you.
Okay, lovely.
Hi, everybody. I'm helping Wanter with a project stuff that's going to be presented tomorrow.
Yippee. Yippee.
I had her on call, and I started stream, and I was freaking out because I went to start all of my software, right? Hi, Swap. I went to start all of my software, and then I got artifacting on my main monitor, and then both of my monitors turned black. So I'm actually pretty sure my graphics card is still within the RMA period, because I have a I love doing this to Asus. So Asus has their Tough series, which is their like quote unquote military grade components. And they have, I think, like a 3-year warranty on their products or something like that. So I'm still within like the warranty period for my card, but I don't want to have to deal with that.
Of garbage collectors.
Hi, Lucky. I don't want to have to deal with that. It's not going to be a fun time. So I might have to update. That's never happened to me before, so it could be so many different things. Like my power supply could be going, for all I know, because I didn't get Seasonic for some reason. But yeah, so today, instead of doing all the thumbnails for my VODs, I did the thumbnail for the VOD that goes up today, and I instantly went to help Wanter, because Wanter has been stress programming for like the last 2 weeks apparently, and keeps restarting the thing. So I jumped on call at like 3 hours ago or something. I don't remember how much. It was probably 2.5 hours ago.
It was like 2 hours ago. Yeah,
to help with the Uno game programming, which some of you might be familiar with. Stress programming is how games are made. Yeah, exactly. And we've already like deleted, I think, what was that draw function? That was like 50 lines of code or something like that.
Yeah, it's from, okay.
561 to...
It's from 469.
Oh, so it's like 100.
Yeah.
It's a little under 100 lines of code. So I jumped in.
I found another bug, by the way.
Oh, of course you did. Of course you did. We are doing React content today, but we're just not at the exact moment. What's the bug?
Okay, so basically I call Uno, and then it's still my turn, and then it's still my turn, and then it's still my turn.
So you called Uno and it didn't do the turn switch?
Yes.
But in our button click, is it not? Oh, is it not in the button click?
No.
No, wait, hang on. Go back to the Uno call. Like because like the thing popped up, right? The little button?
Yes, the thing popped up. I called it.
Okay, so go to that function. Scuff is better than React, honestly. Oh god.
Huh?
Here, I'll
Oh, you don't want to see my scuff. No. I'm gonna have to look at my scuff twice now on both screens. No, not scuff.
We're just gonna do this. This is
I'm gonna
Winter's.
see my like 800 line of just spaghetti code. Oh no, don't look at it.
There you go. Scuff.
This is terrible.
Now you can see what Winter's doing.
I'm getting bullied ×2.
Yeah, you just need to make sure that whenever you bring it up on your computer, you just put it over your code so that way it's your. Okay, so we're looking for your Uno function, right?
Yes.
So call Uno button click. So that's not where we added the next turn though. We added the next turn if in the whole thing, like if somebody didn't click on the thing fast enough, right?
Yes.
So go to that.
Probably. Oh shit.
No,
okay.
not there.
Yep, no. Okay, it's at check game. Check for winner. Check for Uno.
Okay.
Tier. if they didn't.
If they didn't.
But it should have, because we put it here.
And it said it calls Uno, right?
Yeah, it said it here. I call Uno, but I was still able to, like, draw. Look.
And it's still...
It's still my turn.
Yeah, okay. In the two references, where... Because we should have two references here, so let's go ahead and check the player one.
Okay, it's a play card. Check for when there's a play card. What the fuck?
Well, this isn't... This... Did you win the game? And is that why?
No!
Okay.
I didn't!
Okay.
So basically, I had one card. I had the green 0, right?
Yeah, so you clicked on Uno.
Yeah, I clicked on Uno.
And then it did not change turns.
Yeah, it did not change turns. Even though... Yeah.
We have next turn set to the click. In the area where we have is if player count, like player hand count equal 1. Do you remember how we were doing that player hand count 1 and then check Uno thing?
Yes, this one.
So we have check for Uno, then we have for turn, because we assumed check for Uno was going to call next turn.
It does.
And it does. But it didn't actually proceed to the next turn. So, I mean, we could just double down and we could just put next turn, just put in next turn in the button click as well.
Oh, in the button. I see.
Yeah, where you actually click Uno.
Where the fuck is the button click? Oh, there it is. Okay.
And then just do it there and see if that works. As it either will or it won't.
Yippee.
Wait.
Okay.
No, wait, hang on.
What's?
You have two different things here. You have call for Uno equal true, card check, yada, 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 right? But you also have that Oh, you goofball. Go back to,
What?
back to the thing where it said, like, you didn't do the thing in 3 seconds. So, okay. If it's the current player, I know what happened. I see what happened here. So the next turn, you're like, well, they clicked on it. They'll go to the... No, Hunter. No, that's only for AI.
Oh.
Yeah, so like if they didn't call for Uno, then they get a penalty and then it's next turn, right? What we should have done here is kind of what we did. On the button click, we have next turn get called. And then if they don't call it, which by the way, it should be 1 second, it shouldn't be 3. Just because like, if you have an entire second to click on it. But
Fine.
So if they don't call it in time, then we go to the next turn. If we did call it in time, that means we clicked on the button, but we never clicked on the next turn because we clicked on the button.
Oh. Dumbass. Okay.
Yeah, because we were thinking the else statement. But we already have But we already have next turn now firing on the button, so we don't need to add this.
God damn it. For fuck's sake, I'm going to smash my computer.
So it should work now.
Okay. Theoretically.
Theoretically.
Okay. Let me show the people my scuffed Uno. I should have just called this scuffed Uno, man. I could have called everything a feature, for fuck's sake.
It's Kuno.
Yes. Okay.
Too far.
Oh, okay.
That'll work. Yeah, I go ahead. I went ahead and changed it. As long as it's in your code window, you're good.
Okay.
Ta-da!
Ooh, what the fuck? Okay. Do we test it out?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's see how it goes.
I swear.
Okay.
Okay.
Nothing has happened yet.
I'm gonna choose a blue. I click the blue. It's right.
Okay, you clicked on blue.
I clicked on blue.
Okay. Oh, wait. Oh.
It didn't remove.
Set. Wait, you did not have 2+4s, or did it not remove it at all?
It did not remove it at all.
Okay, well, this is fine. because we changed the functions for like the add of the cards and stuff. So
Oh, yeah, makes sense.
because
Okay,
we
yeah,
removed all of it,
let's-
right? So we just need to start adding things back that we took out.
Okay.
So
okay,
in our
okay.
handle special, right? I'm guessing that's where we have all that.
No, it's in our handle player.
Welcome to
When we-
Scuff.
No. Oh, this is terrible. Okay.
Well, this is careful because this is for us drawing a card. This is not us
Oh,
playing
right.
the card.
Okay, so where the fuck?
So us playing
If
the
we-
card would be.
Play a card. Yeah, it's in choose.
So we
wild
choose the
card.
wild color.
Well, that's very helpful.
So then we choose it. Okay, and now it's over, right? So we set color choice equal true, so that makes it pop up and that makes it visible, and we can do stuff.
Yes.
So why don't we go into the color selector on click function?
Yeah, that's okay. Color button click.
If the sender is yada 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 yada, it gets called next turn, but it doesn't go to the next turn.
And it doesn't go to the next turn. Voices. And it should go to the next turn because this is false. This is also false. And this never happened. So I
What
don't know.
about the draw card?
Draw
Do we
card.
do we have to set draw card to false? Well, okay, so the important thing
We
about
never
this is
set it to
also, did the +4 also not get removed from your hand?
Yes, it did not.
Okay, so that's a different issue. But okay, so the color button click is important though, because it should fire next turn.
Yes.
Now,
And- Next turn.
oh, is this one of those things where it can't reference objects on a different thread because it's coming from a
Oh, wait.
UI?
Oh, look. It's if it's false, then it returns, and I set it to false.
Huh. Okay. Well, yeah, that's the thing, huh? So what does player card play? What does that mean?
If it's the player's turn. If it's the player's turn, then
You just return. So would you call next turn and then just call false after you call next turn? Or you could do that. That works too.
wait. Yeah, okay. No, it's because okay, I mixed it up. Card plays when the player has already played. Oops.
Oh, when they've played the card. Oh, okay.
Yes. Okay. Anyways, it's time to restart this again.
Doing program. Yeah, I'm helping Wanter with her schoolwork. Give it a second.
It's trying its best.
It's trying. It's doing its thing.
Okay.
I love, I'm not gonna lie, the logo is so scrangly. It's great.
Really? I
Yeah,
did it
I
on
love
like
it.
Paint.
Yeah, I love how like it's one of those things where it's charming how terrible it is. You know what I mean? Like
I also had a you win thingy in my resources, but I haven't used it.
mhm.
Okay, let's do this.
Immediately gets hit with a +4. Oh no.
Fuck. No. Oh, cannot. Oh god, thank God. Okay, it worked. It worked though.
Okay,
Like, the logs are a bit fucked up, but like,
Okay.
I'll fix it. I fix. Green reverse. Okay, it's my turn. Fuck you.
It's
Green
functioning. We got some
Okay.
stuff.
Green draw 2. Cannot stack drawing 2 cards. Fuck you.
I like that our logic is working though.
I like that too. It's great.
And that when we do skip cards, it doesn't literally break the game.
Okay, the +4 is working. The +4 is working. Fine. Everything is okay.
At some point, what we should do is if you can make a new text element for on the left hand side that just says like how many cards are in each AI hand.
Yeah.
But not right
Need
now.
to do that. On property change that should.
Yeah.
Aw, the voices. Okay, fade. Reverse.
Reverse. AI2 calls
Oh,
Uno.
fuck. Oh, AI2 calls Uno. Yellow skipped and it's still his turn, but he's not playing.
Is it because well they called Uno first and then played a skipped.
Called Uno.
And then played a skip.
Oh. Then it's
Then either they won or or
actually
the order of operations didn't work appropriately. So where do we check for them?
Let me actually fix.
Get skip nerd.
Yes. Let me actually fix this because this is actually annoying me. So we get like the entire picture.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'm a genius. Fuck. Forgot about it. Okay.
For gore.
I forgot. Fuck this. So many card checks.
Which is hilarious because we've got all of that working without any of that like code.
Thank God.
Didn't you just fuck that up? Wait, hang on, go back. Go back 2. Back on your mouse buttons just to work. 1. Yeah. There's the line above it.
Oh, what the fuck?
It's because you have a there you go.
Oh. I'm a dummy. Okay.
Okay, you're good.
So this should work, right?
Okay,
right.
so we need to go to the logic for where things get called. Like we need to go to the Uno for the AI logic. Because it seems like it called Uno and then played a card rather than playing a card and then calling Uno.
Okay. So AI logic above. Let me get rid of this. I don't want to see that shit. Okay, AI play card. This is where they call for Uno. Call for Uno. Okay, so if current player hand count is
Equal 1, which is fine. Check for Uno. Well, it's checking.
It's checking.
And when we do the check, it's going to go immediately into valid, right?
It checks
because
for
it's not
Uno.
A player. Current player is player.
Oh,
it's not a player.
Yeah, and it calls for Uno.
Yeah, and then it goes to the next turn. Should theoretically go to the next turn.
Should go to the next turn.
But
yes, but it's not. Smile.
Yeah, because it went and played a card immediately after, right?
Yes.
And
it's still playing.
So it might have won.
What? Oh.
Or you got AI2's hand, I think.
So it hasn't won.
No. Go back. Because we wanna something's up with the check for Uno thing.
Okay.
Next turn.
Check for Uno.
Yeah, so
okay, so we can skip that. Card check. Calls for Uno. Next turn.
Right. So go to the reference where this is referenced. Oh, by the way, if you guys can hear that, that's not you. That's Wanter.
That's me. That's. Oops.
Oh, actually, that's just because I have your stream audio on. I should be able to turn that off. There we go. All right, not a problem. Fix it. Okay, so we have check for Uno in the AI play card. Now, in the one reference where the AI play card is, go there. So one reference above it, click on that, go there. On draw card invoke, next turn. We're calling, okay, so we're calling next turn after this again. After play card.
Okay.
So maybe what we should do is instead of checking for Uno in the play card function, we should check it for it here right before next turn. That would make sense, right? So go back on your mouse button or whatever. And then grab this. Yeah. And cut that out from there. And put it into... Now you can hit forward.
Oh, shit.
Hit forward again.
It doesn't
Oh, it
doesn't let
didn't.
me hit forward.
Hit back? Oh, that works. And then before next turn...
This.
Yeah. Oh, do the... Actually, make this an else.
Oh.
Well, right? Because, like... Or maybe we don't need next turn within check for Uno anymore. Not within the AI function.
Oh, because you already next turn and check for Uno, no?
Right. So if you go into check for Uno, in the else statement, if we remove next turn, it should be fine. Yeah. Because we're calling next turn immediately after check for Uno. Right below it, right here.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, Sunkissed. Oh my god, I haven't seen you in a while. Hi, New Day. Bye, New Day. Oh, Sunkissed, how are you liking the Overwatch changes? I've been on Rivals this entire time. I haven't played any Overwatch. They've burned that bridge so many times. They burned the bridge, they came back with a bridge, they burned the bridge again, they came back with another bridge made out of a different material, called it number 2, and then they burned that one as well because they lied to us about what the bridge was made out of. I have problems with the Overwatch game.
Understandable.
Still getting used to it. Have you been playing a bunch of Mercy? Also, I feel like Mercy should have a little bit of burst healing. I like the concept of her perk. Please let me know when you play Overwatch. I miss playing with you. I don't know if I'm ever gonna come back, honestly. I tried for a little bit, and then I just was like, I can't. Yeah, I've been playing as Mercy. Have you tried Rivals? Oh, you're on console. Does console have Rivals? Yeah, console has Rivals.
Console does have Rivals, yes.
Console doesn't have Mercy though. It's not because loves Mercy. She's a Mercy main. Dude, honestly, one of the things that I think sealed the game for me was when I looked at the Genji perks and I actually guffawed. I was actually in awe at how bad the perks for him were. I missed the one chance that I had to play with you in the little window. I played Rivals, but I can't get into it. What's got you tripped up? There might be a day or two where I literally just play the game if people ask me to. I might download it and literally only open it if somebody is asking me to play the game, but I probably will never play the game of my own volition ever again. I've just been burned by that fucking thing so many times. It genuinely just made me upset on stream too many times, and I'm like, I can't do this anymore. Cass gets the ability to headshot with his right click. Ana gets the ability of literally being able to nano herself and somebody else. And Genji's abilities are you get 25 extra damage on a dash if you do it after you eliminate someone. And also you have some self-healing on your ultimate. It's dude, what the fuck? Marvels doesn't have Mercy. No, just kidding. Honestly, if you said that, I would be surprised. Maybe it's just friends I play with. I played as Jeff and Cloak and Dagger, and those are the only supports I'm familiar with. Aw, we love Jeff though. Jeff is a cutie. You should try Rocket. Rocket is similar-ish to Mercy in that he has dashes on cooldown. He's super mobile. He's kind of a heal bot. It's kind of like his whole thing. But his survivability with like wall climb and stuff is insane. Rocket is kind of the Mercy of
It's the Lord
of Rivals.
Thunder, Golly Thor.
Hey, Galithor. I heard Adam Warlock is like Mercy in the res aspect, but like the healing output is pretty slow and it's not. Yeah, don't play Warlock. Don't play Warlock. Warlock is not like Mercy at all. Warlock is like Zenyatta and Mercy mixed together. No, the Mercy one is probably going to end up being Rocket. Rocket has... Have you done any arts? No, not... Well, I mean, yes, but not publicly. Hi, Luna. Yeah, Rocket is going to be the Mercy analog. He's got wall climb, so he's very mobile. He has 2 dashes that come back relatively quickly, so that makes him mobile as well. He can heal around corners by bouncing his heal balls. And has like a damage amplifier for an ultimate, so he's kind of got like a bongo. His ult isn't the best. You will probably get more value out of Cloak and Dagger. Jeff is the most fun and cute. So like we all love Jeff. Yes, true. He also does have slow fall. So you can run up a wall and then you can slow fall down, and then you run up a wall and then slow fall down, and you run up a wall and slow fall down, and you just keep doing that. It makes it so you can escape people. Like I've had multiple games playing as Rocket where I just don't have any deaths because they can't touch me. It's actually crazy. Did we get another bug?
Yes. The thing still doesn't work the next turn for some reason.
It doesn't work in which... In Call for Uno? Or...
Yeah, like, okay,
for
so...
AI? AI 3 calls Uno. And that says AI 3 is still playing. Maybe go to the next turn function. Let's see if it's something within the next turn function that's fucking up. The encoding? Oh yeah, I'm helping Gunther. Yeah. My old software engineering skills coming in clutch. Oh, right there. Call for Uno. That's why.
Oh.
You have if it's call for Uno, you're just returning.
Delete.
Goofball. So techie, it's cool. My brain can't process it though. It's
My brain doesn't either. No worries.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not really teaching Winter anything here. I'm kind of just dragging her by a leash. I'm trying to get her over the finish line so she can have a project for tomorrow's presentation.
Oh shit. Oh, okay. Oh, my Visual Studio stopped responding for a second.
Oh, that'll happen. But yeah, son, if you ever want to do rival stuff, we can literally just sit in the practice range. I can teach you about the characters and stuff. I don't mind. Dog is like that.
Fuck. No, don't do this.
Ha 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 ha! You got stacked. I'd love that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can goof around in the practice range. We can swap between characters. I have relatively extensive knowledge about Rivals, but I've also been playing as Echo with the stuff that you taught me that one time. Still? That's cool. I'm glad I've been able to help. That's kind of my whole thing. I just help people. I just like helping people. That's what I do. Rivals, I will say. Wait, did the draw 4 work?
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes, it did. I'm so happy.
Okay. But yeah, I have a pretty good amount of knowledge in the game. There are some supports I'm not too knowledgeable with, but enough to at least be able to teach the basics. Mantis is one of my weaker. Mantis and Warlock are some of my weaker supports. I kind of generally know about them, but I can definitely teach you the easier ones because those are the supports I play. I play one of the hardest. I play one of the hardest DPSs in the game, and then I play the easiest supports in the game. I'm basically a top 10 dude. If you've legitimately, I know you're joking. If you've legitimately seen some of like the top Jeff players, it's gross. They primarily play flank DPS on Jeff because Jeff's survivability is insane. If you can bubble your own, like bubble yourself, bubble your feet, and then go like underwater, like go into the map. I know you're joking. You know me so well. Of course. Well, just because we haven't talked or played in a bit doesn't mean I don't remember who you are. Come on, come on. Yes, next turn.
Yes. Fuck.
We're trying to get it so she can beat the game. AI 1 calls Uno. AI 3 calls Uno.
No, don't do this to me. Okay. He drew a card.
It's hard for you guys to see because you can't really see the log, but yeah. Yeah, the DPS that I've been playing a lot of recently has been Spider-Man. I've just been Sag because of he's really hard to get value out. Like he's really hard to play in a way that gives the team value. Unfortunately. Oh, if you get a yellow or a 6, you just insta win.
Yes. Okay. Why?
Give it a second. Okay, so it's not getting removed.
Oh,
there
it's
it goes.
gone. Huh.
I wonder if it's a time function where a card gets where you're having a.
Is it?
It seems like 3 seconds. So do you have like a wild card like sleep somewhere?
Like button.
Felt sorry for the enemy team. I just played right now. Their Loki has a 4% accuracy. Oh my god.
Jesus.
Hi, Scare.
It's all in the sound.
Son, what times are you normally available? I don't know if like you have a work schedule or like a life schedule that's being a bitch right now or not. Hey!
Oh my god, it did it!
Holy shit!
Oh my god! What if I restart?
I hit it.
Oh my god!
So the only thing right now that's fucky wucky is the wild card not getting removed as it's played.
I mean, it did get removed, but the UI didn't get reset. Man.
Oh, interesting. So
Yeah.
you just need to call the UI reset after the card?
Yes. Okay.
Update
So
card
after-
UI.
Yeah, I need to call. Wait.
Yeah, it's color button click. It should be happening.
Yeah, willing it.
But it works with the +4s. It specifically doesn't work with the wild cards.
No, it isn't. It's
Okay, yeah, that's about right.
choose wild color. I don't know.
Is it
Okay,
happening
let's see.
in cartridge
Something-
visibility? Maybe not. What about the handle special card? I know how to
No,
quantum cancel with
shouldn't.
Warlock. Damage go per. Just have force charge, handle special cards. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I've been going to the gym after work to just be more healthier overall, to lose weight or bulk or whatever. I'm usually available for 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. CST and weekends. I should be free too, unless I got to do things with family. Okay. Good on you for going to the gym. That's okay. Hang on. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. It's almost like 4 exactly, or when it comes back around to your turn.
Yeah, the moment
When it comes back to your turn, it gets removed.
Yep.
Weird. Hi, Fiona.
Should I just
Um,
like update the thingy?
I have no idea why it's not getting removed until your next turn. That's the only card that's doing that too. That's why it's weird.
Christ, man.
Okay,
so
hello. But yeah, good on you for going to the gym. It's really tough to get the like break through the mental thing to actually go to the gym, and then to do it consistently is also really hard. I've been dieting for like the last 5 to 6 months or more. I actually forgot how long it's been. So not that I really needed to lose weight. I was just uncomfortable with the way that I looked. So that's been helpful for me. But yeah. Been eating healthier, more natural stuff. It's taking time to get used to. Yeah, I've my diet has been degraded to 2 eggs in the morning, half a chicken sausage, a cup of white rice, and a chicken breast. And I've been eating that for like the last, I want to comfortably say 6 months. I just told myself I'm no longer allowed to care about food. I still have snacks, but there's more like popcorn and stuff, right? It's not like anything that's like super unhealthy. But I've been getting to the point where I think I've lost enough weight that my body is like, you now need to eat things that are unhealthy, and I've been getting really bad like cravings. Surprisingly, you can make a lot of Rice Krispie treats that aren't too high in calories. They're high, but they're not like obscene, right? It's just rice and fucking marshmallows. It's not that bad. The problem with doing that is like you need to not eat the whole fucking thing in a week. I don't have the self-control to not do that. That being said, I only get groceries once a month, so like I know last week I wanted to binge eat so badly. I felt like my body wasn't getting the proper junk food I used to get full of. Yeah, it's tough. You kind of need to go down, right? Like you need to go in steps. Like quitting cold turkey is really, really hard for junk food. But like if you go from like really bad junk food to slightly bad junk food, it's still better for you. And that's kind of what I did. Like I didn't remove my chips. I didn't remove my my treats because I'm a snacker. It's just what I am. But what I did do is I replaced it with things that weren't AI31. I like it. It's working. I've replaced it with snacks that are like not as enticing. I did a cold turkey. I should have weaned off. So like, how long have you been doing it for? Also, hi Fiona. Bye Fiona.
Okay. I think I fixed it. I think it's fixed. I think.
What was the big problem? Oh, the wild card thing?
It's like after I call wait, no, not call, no. After I click the color button, I should update. Wait, what the fuck?
Yeah, it is there. Maybe update top. Oh wait, no, you're just updating top card UI. You're not updating like the hand.
Oh. Should update hand.
Yeah, update player hand UI.
Okay.
Sure, why not? It'll work eventually. Yeah, so I've been dieting for a while, and I'll tell you, it's a good feeling to actually see like a shape change. It took me like 4.5 months before I noticed it. Which was good for me, but like, man, if you around January 10th, I think I'm gonna cut out the unhealthy foods. Yeah, that's not that long ago. Yeah, that's really rough. You need to be like 3 or 4 months in for shit to be kind of somewhat normal. Like recurring thing. Bingo. Did it work instantly? Because it looked like it did.
Okay, so basically I clicked on the card. It didn't like remove it instantly. Which is weird.
You clicked on the card. Yeah, it didn't remove it instantly because you didn't click on the color yet.
Oh.
Which is fine. That's how it should work. Like when you click on the color, it should then play the card. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, it's tough. Hi, Lucky. We are finishing Wanter's game. Helping Wanter finish game.
Want their suffering.
Well, Wanter has also gotten really fucking far. Also, I kind of like the output, the way the output is right now in the top right.
Yeah, I can see everything. Like at the start, it was just for debugging thingies, but like right now, it's like
It's nice to see the
I like
history.
it. Yes.
I know I'm not going to see any results in how I look since it's so soon. I've just been wanting to change my diet for the better. Yeah, it's going to take... So the rule of thumb is basically a healthy amount of weight to lose per week is 1 pound. And... What? Is that your original hand or...
This is the original hand, yes.
Okay, let's just pretend like we didn't see anything else.
Yeah, let's just pretend we didn't see anything.
Back to the... Okay, all right, Lucky. 1 pound a week, right? And I think human beings roughly see about... Player has won the game.
Let's go. I played the 2, but I need.
But
to,
yeah,
I need to
you know,
remember.
it's fine. That's awesome.
Nah, I want to play it.
It needs to go to the deck before I win.
It needs to play. If
not, check for winner, update top card. So what you should do is you should just update top card. Right? Because you just want to update the top card regardless. And then check for winner. Hi Mobius. But yeah, so you like when people are like, I'm gonna lose 10 pounds, right? For some reason, people think that like 10 pounds is not a lot of weight. And it might not be, like depending on how much you weigh. But 10 pounds
is here.
is a significant like duration of weight, right? Because if you're losing 1 pound a week, which is what is supposed to be healthy, I think it's 1 to 2 pounds at most. If you're losing a pound a week, that's over 2 months, you know? So like you're not gonna see that 10 pounds for like 2 months, give or take, right? So it takes a long time for weight to shed off, and I knew that, but I was just unhappy with my weight to the point where I was like, I'm just gonna stop eating, and then I went, ooh, I shouldn't do that, that's bad, that's an eating disorder. So I was like, fine, I'll just chicken and rice, because that's what everyone says, just chicken and rice. So I did my chicken and rice, and then I got obsessed with meal prep. And then what ended up happening now is that this is going to sound terrible, but I actually don't eat what I eat for dieting purposes anymore. I eat what I eat because I can make an entire like weeks of chicken and 3 days of rice in a single sitting and then never have to worry about cooking again for like a couple of days. My laziness is getting me to lose weight. I hate meal, like I hate making meals unless I know it's going to be for more than one thing. Like if I was going to make a lasagna, right? Dope. I would spend all day making lasagna because I know I'm going to eat that lasagna for the next like week and a half, and I'll be happy. But one of the things I can't stand is making a single like sitting of food. Because it's similar enough to making an entire week's of food. You know, you just cut more. Calorie deficits are rough. I miss my breaded chicken nuggies with macaroni. Yeah. Oh god, they really are. They bread is the killer. Bread has so much calories in it, and I say that as somebody who definitely ate a lot of bread last night and this morning, and I shouldn't have. But that being said, you also have to keep in mind what you're doing as well, because for instance, I used to make breakfast wraps. Like I used to make breakfast burritos because I was like, oh, I'm saving time. What I found out though was the breakfast burritos took 6 minutes to microwave, took a shit ton of time to cook, and was very draining. And I was like, I think one day I woke up and I didn't have any of the breakfast burritos because like they didn't line up with that month, whatever. So I just made 2 eggs and half a sausage, and I was like, wait, this is way faster. Like cooking 2 eggs and half a sausage was literally like 4 or 5 minutes of time versus the 6 of the burrito. So I started doing that because I didn't want to wait as long for my breakfast. And then when I started doing that, I realized I was cutting out the burrito of the breakfast burrito, which was 200 calories. And in a month, you know, if you're eating a burrito every day, in a month, that 200 calories works out to be about 6,000 calories. And 6,000 calories is 3 days of food. And I was like, I don't need the burrito. But it also leaves you the ability of being like, well, maybe I can have a little bit of extra bread next week, or maybe I could do something else. So will you allocate it, right? So like you're not eating 200 calories every day for breakfast anymore. At the end of the week, you have another 1,000 calories you can put somewhere else. Yay! But
It's
you want to win.
Yay! I already won earlier. It's fine. I'm okay.
Yeah, but did it play the card? Don't you want to test the card play to have an empty hand?
I want to sleep.
All right, fair enough.
Thank you for helping.
You're welcome. The
AKA
guilt while saying
dragging
what
me
did,
through
yeah.
this.
It was pretty
With a
fast,
leash.
all things considered.
It was like 3 hours.
Well, I mean, yeah, but it was pretty fast, all things considered, considering we had to completely redo the skip and card addition logics.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, yeah, I give that.
Right? And debug. We had to sit here and wait for the game to loop through and a whole bunch of other stuff. But
Yes.
it's working, which means that like tomorrow you don't have to worry about like, because like you were going to have all these issues in code regardless, right? So you were either going to fix them now or struggle and only fix like a quarter of them or half of them tomorrow.
Yes.
So
Okay. I need to wait. Configure your user. Oh. Save. Okay, it works.
I'll go
It
ahead and turn off the
works.
Discord window so we don't leak any information. But yeah,
Yippee.
I'm pretty badly underweight. I don't need the brie with my toe. Yeah. Yeah, calorie deficits are tough. But yeah. Son, do you have the game on your system? If I like poke you at a random time, are you gonna be good to play? Or do like you need to download it? All right, Wanter.
Thank you.
You're
What the hell?
welcome. This is the reason why in Discord you're like, no, it's fine. And I'm like, no.
Just my no.
Yeah, I just not on you. I just go into DMs. All right, we're working on this. But no, we're working on this. See, doesn't it feel good though?
Yes. Thank you.
There.
But like,
But you're gonna sleep great.
yes. It's gonna
All
be
right.
an amazing sleep.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Bye, Wanter.
Have a good stream. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Have it downloaded. There hasn't been any updates recently. Oh, there was literally like 2 days ago. Where they added 2 more characters. They added the map. They did a change. So you're gonna have to update. There's like a 15 gig update or something like that. But it's like super recently. Only 165,000 to go. If someone else gets it first, it's gonna go from 165,000 to 190,000. My brain turned off for a second. All right. All right, so Wanter's all taken care of. That's awesome. Aw. Okay. Oh, poor Plushie. Plushie, so I asked what happened. Plushie had an issue with Ubisoft, and I asked what happened. And I got I got 31 messages in response. So I'm gonna have to read that after stream. Poor Plush. I was in the middle of helping Wanter with something, so I couldn't read that. But we'll do that after. And then I think we're good with that. I'll have to also do my VODs because I definitely forgot. Well, I didn't forget. I have to do all of my my VOD thumbnails. And then, okay. I think we're good, guys. I think we're ready to get into React content. Are you ready for React content? Are you ready? All right. Hello. Done. All right. So now that we've helped Winter, I was not going to leave Winter hanging there, even if like stream started. Remember, folks, it is always better to help the people around you, because there are some things that are time gated in life, and one of those things is helping people. Either they die or, you know, you fade apart or whatever, right? So help who you can as when you can. And I was already in the middle of helping Wanter, and I didn't want to bail. I wanted to see that all the way to the end, so that way Wanter doesn't have to worry about it tomorrow. So now, with that finished, what we can do is we can go into our Sunday stuff. Because it's always better be good dog than farm content. Okay, so a lot of the content stuff so far has been funded in part by Chips putting random bullshit in the Reacts. So thank you, Chips, for helping keeping Sundays going. If you guys are a part of the Discord, you can go into the Discord, you can go into the React, and you can leave some videos that you'd like me to react to. And I'll go ahead and take a peek at them on Sundays. If you are under 18 and if you're under 18 and you cannot access the React channel, you can put them in the under 18 chat, and I can take a peek there. But as always, if you enjoy this content, this is completely funded by you guys. So I do appreciate it. That being said, however, the first video that we're gonna have today is a video that is titled Crossover Fatigue. And this is something that was sent in the React channel by Chips. And I already like this title because it's been feeling like more and more games recently have been relying on external things to promote itself. And what I mean by external things is, I mean, why make a good game or why make good skins when you can have another company pay you to put their intellectual property in your game and then sell those pre-existing character skins, right? My fucking god. I have cooking TikTok garbage. This is thing. Hey guys, all right, so I'm gonna go ahead and fix my audio real quick because I forgot to do that. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, good recording. We're gonna go to cable B.
It's time for Dog's hourly payment using your eyeballs.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and pause the music. There we go. Oh, my fan's still going as well. I'm gonna go ahead and do that thing. There's some fluff in there, but the main stuff is good. Oh boy. All right, let's get this pulled up and take a peek. See what it do. And if you guys have any current content, anything about patch notes or game related stuff, you can always submit that as well. I love current content. The problem is that I have a hard time not looking at things when I'm eating food, right? When it's the end of the day, and there's like one of the people I follow is just like, oh, we've released patch notes, and it's like, oh, patch notes. And I can't really react to that on stream, but you know, anyway, let's go ahead and play this video. So this is Crossover Fatigue.
Main topic of today's video is Crossover Fatigue and the absolutely ridiculous price of $80 for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle skins. But first, I wanted to take a moment to talk about how I absolutely love the map Grind. Grind is by far the best map in Black Ops 6.
I'm not gonna stick on this one for too long. Is this reaction YouTube videos exclusively? No, TikTok videos are fine as well. They'll be better if they are from a more popular channel and I don't really need to worry about it. I'm not too worried about getting DMCA striked. I don't have enough clout slash, you know, I'm not partnered on YouTube. I'm not making money from it, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, $80 skins. You guys have no one to blame but yourself. At this point, thinking any company is going to change their monetization practices because they're going to be more ethical is absolutely fucking insane. And I think that honestly, I kind of hate to say this because I don't really like witch hunting and I don't really like bullying in general, but I think we need to get to point as a community that we start going after and we start shaming people who spend more than like $20 on a set of skins, because it's legitimately our own fault that they're finding it worthwhile to put things at this point. And it's getting bad, and it's getting bad because people keep paying for it. And whether or not you want to blame streamers who do like 100 loot box opening streams or whatever, or whether you want to blame that one dude who works a 9 to 5 who drops $500 on his Call of Duty game because that's the only game he plays. We need to start getting together as a collective, as a community in gaming, and we need to start shaming people who are spending ridiculous amounts of money on video games, because you're feeding into the thing that's destroying gaming as a whole.
This includes the launch maps, the strike maps, all DLC maps, the zombie maps, everything that they've added into the game. I think Grind might actually be the best. The flow and pace of combat on this
isn't Grind like a Black Ops 3 map? Like, isn't Grind just a reskin of an old map we've had? Is Grind new? Does anyone know? Because I'm like pretty sure it was a map I originally played back in the day. And not only that, I believe I remember seeing comparison imagery from old Grind and new Grind, where new Grind was just like fidelity, like the fidelity was just worse. Ooh. Sorry, I'm getting food pictures. Ooh, they look really good. Hang on. Grind Blops. Is it 2? Yeah, no, it's Black Ops 2. Okay. So, in other words, they just reused a map people enjoyed. Okay.
This map
which isn't a surprise, considering how frequently Nuketown and Shipment makes comebacks,
actually
but
makes sense. And
did we ever get Rust? Don't tangle juicy drama before my eyes and then talk about a fucking map. Yeah, right. Did we ever get a Rust remake? Hi, Dreamers. We did get a Rust remake. I'm good. How are you? What game was it in? Because I definitely didn't play it.
Black Ops 6. Unlike every other map, and again, the Omni movement actually makes total sense on this map. Go figure, the one map in the game where everything is a ramp plays well because the players are basically already on skateboards with Omni movement. I wanted to be a little bit more negative here, but I just couldn't resist pointing.
I hate Omni movement. Can I just say that? Call of Duty never really felt like a game that was supposed to be like knee-jerky. And what I mean by knee-jerky is that Call of Duty felt like a fast game and it felt like an arcadey game, but it never felt like instantaneous bursts of movement. That never felt like what Call of Duty was supposed to be. That felt more like Quake games or other like was it Source Engine games where that made sense. Call of Duty feels like it has become so addicted to movement and move tech and player movement that it started not realizing how fucking annoying it is to have such a wide discrepancy in things you're shooting at. Rust and Shipment are from the Modern Warfare, Nuketown is Black Ops. Yes, yeah.
out how absolutely perfect grind is for Black Ops 6. You're looking at gameplay of my very first game right now, and just keep an eye on how quickly I fall into the flow and pace of the map.
That doesn't seem right.
And just keep an eye
that
on
little
how
burst of speed right
quickly
here,
I fall
right
into the flow and pace of
here.
And Sakai, no. Your eyeballs pay for dogs' food.
Not gonna lie, I thought that was you on the top right. No. I'm in the bottom right. I've never been a fan of burst movement. I think it makes tracking way more annoying. I think it has such a huge discrepancy in skill expression where people who literally do nothing but eat Cheetos and Mountain Dew have the ability to, like, yeah, they can use it really well, and they can use it as a skill and as a learned skill. But I feel like you want to know what it feels like. Massive directional movement feels like the equivalent of everyone drop shotting in the early Modern Warfare and early Call of Duty games. Every single fucking lobby, you'd have one dude who's just constantly drop shotting. Just every single time he went into an engagement, he'd drop shot. Just drop shot. And it feels like Call of Duty went, okay, what if we did that, but we gave them the ability to jump and make it even more difficult to track? And if you increase the time to kill a little bit, then maybe that's okay. But with how fast the time to kill is, and people literally are killing you by the time they hit the ground due to gravity, it feels really inconsistent to play against.
The map and start navigating it and doing fun things. And I do really like how easily I can navigate this map compared to Black Ops 6. It just made everything about Omni movement.
I don't know how you lived through that. That's wild.
Maybe if Black Ops 6 should have been a tribes.
I don't know how you lived through that either.
Map should have ramps like this, but it was just an absolute joy to play grind again. But let's move into the main topic of today's video, which is crossovers in general. And another.
Okay, so for those who are new here, this video is crossover fatigue. And this is probably going to go into the fact that people are blowing $80 on skins, which I have opinions on.
Thing that they've added to the game that
they're not good opinions.
I'm sure you've noticed by now is the Teenage Mutant Ninja.
Also, I love the fact that it's what is CB? Is that CP or CB? It looks like CP. Sorry, the compression on this video is ass. Which is just like my brain goes, Call of Duty points. And it's like, oh, you mean that thing that I have to buy with actual money so you can more further, what's it called? Make a discrepancy between the money I give you and the money I'm spending. Because if I blow $100 and I get 10,000 of these or whatever, then it looks like, I'm not actually spending real money, that I'm spending the fake real money that I bought with real money. Just like, fucking Christ, dude.
Turtle crossover. Call of Duty.
How funny would it be? How funny would it be if there was a law that went into effect to be like, anything that you buy in video games that can be bought with a transactional of real money has to put the actual real dollar amount on it instead of this weird bullshit half-veiled like currency.
Added 5 skins to the game, being all 4 turtles and Splinter. And I wanted to let you know I absolutely adore the fact that they chose the 90s turtles for this player model. They're all so thick and like vascular and meaty.
I mean, that's probably just a hitbox thing. And a rig. Like a rigging thing where they probably wanted to match the models to what existing models are already in the game and the existing rigs that they have for the models in the game with as like the smallest amount of discrepancy possible. Guys, I'm kind of a bit of a pessimist. Okay. I look at shit like this and I don't go, they gave us a really cool model and they did really cool work. I see this and my knee-jerk reaction to something like this is just like, they did it to save money. Like, that's what it was. Because it looked similar to the models they had in the game. It was going to be easier to rig because they had similar proportion. Like, I never look at anything anymore and think anything was related to an artistic decision. And it just always boils down to money, especially if it comes from a fucking Activision, Blizzard, King, whatever the third thing they bought out, right?
Anybody whose kink happens to be thick, muscular, green men is
okay.
in for a treat with this crossover. And
You forgot to mention the fact that they are based on turtles. But sure, why not?
there's a new mode that you can play where you activate their melee weapons and go in for melee kills for extra score and stuff. I'm a big Michelangelo fan, so you're going to get to see a lot of nunchucks here. We pull out Mikey's nunchucks and start bopping people on the head.
Dude, look at that fucking movement
So
speed.
you're going to get to see a lot of nunchucks.
Like, maybe this is normal nowadays for Call of Duty. But watch how fast the person in front of this character moves back and
Here, we
forth.
pull out Mikey's
Right here, you ready?
nunchucks and start bopping.
Dude, what? He moves like 3 or 4 lengths of his character model in like a quarter of a second. This is
Big
wild to me.
Michelangelo fan, so you're going to get to see a lot of nunchucks here. We pull out Mikey's nunchucks.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So he moves his entire body length in a third of a second. So 30 FPS is what this video is. That took about 10 frames. So it's 3 sets of 10 would make 1 second. So he moves his entire character model length in a third of a second.
Bopping people on the head. The
That's
mode is really fun.
fucking
Your team is
insanely fast,
Turtles,
dude.
The other team is Foot Clan. I think I look like Foot Clan to the other team. I'm not super sure, but I had a lot of fun with it. The only problem...
Wait, isn't he bitching about the $80 skin while owning them, or am I schizophrenic? No, I don't think he's bitching about them. I think he's being like, oh, they're really cool and they're really all this sort of stuff and yada yada. And I think he's about to complain about, I don't know if he's complaining about the cost or if he's complaining about the crossover, but we'll see.
It's not the skins, it's not the mode, it's not the map. It's that, why is it $80? There are 4 Ninja Turtle skins, and each one of the skins is $20. So if you wanted to get all the Ninja Turtles, that's $80, which is...
Also, can we talk about, like, can we talk about the fact that why does this game look like it came out in 2016? Right? Like look at this. Hang on. Look at this blood splatter. It doesn't even look like it's being affected by the depth of field blur that's happening. Look at this blood splatter. It's just a fucking PNG that's slapped on the ground. Like, look at this gun model, dude. It has no texturing whatsoever. It's literally just a flat gray shiny surface. I don't know if he's playing in like low fidelity. Like, I don't know if he's playing in like low graphic settings or what. But like, what the fuck happened, dude?
Is wild to me because the skins are almost identical. They use the same model, just like
I've seen indie games with better textures than this. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of love in the animations in the game, but like, dude, this looks so bad.
It's the same trick in the 90s cartoon. They drew one turtle and changed the color of the headband over and over and over again. Basically the same thing is going on here. There's little differences between them, but not huge ones.
Okay, that's actually a good point. I'm gonna let him cook again. Let me back up. Let me let him.
And each one of the skins is at $80. There are 4 Ninja Turtle skins, and each one of the skins is $20. So if you wanted to get all the Ninja Turtles, that's $80, which...
Okay. So not individually the turtle skins are $80. Individually they're $20.
Is wild to me because the skins are almost identical. They use the same model, just like it's the same trick in the 90s cartoon. They drew one turtle and changed the color of the headband over and over and over again. Basically the same thing is going on here. There's little differences between them, but not huge ones. And I don't feel that there's a reason we couldn't get all 4 for a fixed price. Even a higher price would be fine. Because right now they come in bundles, and each turtle has their own special melee weapon, depending on what that...
Oh yeah, I love the bundle bullshit, dude. I love the bundle bullshit. I love the this skin is $20, but we're putting it in a $40 bundle. And you have also, there's also no way to buy the skin separately for the bundle. So even though they tell you it's only worth $20, you're never going to be able to buy it for $20. I get it, Chad.
Character uses in the comics or in the animations. They have their own weapon blueprints, some of their own executions, a bunch of...
Okay, wait, hang on. Chips, can you clarify what exactly a weapon blueprint is for me? Because, like, I've been out of the loop a little bit in Call of Duty games. Can we, I just want to make sure I kind of understand the concept of a weapon blueprint. And while you do that, I'll keep playing the video.
Stuff like that. But it ultimately feels very unnecessary and a little bit price gougy. I would rather pay $30 or $40 or maybe even up to $45 or so to get all the turtles in a big bundle. I would rather have it be an expensive Mastercraft skin to get all the turtles, but maybe Activision knows something that I don't. They knew that I was cheap and that many elder millennials like me are cheap, and I decided just to get my favorite turtle, which is Michelangelo. And if you disagree with me...
It's just a setup for a gun with skins on it. Wait. Wait, so you're telling me that in order... Goes they fucking would. You're telling me that Activision Blizzard wanted to capitalize on unique weapons. So what they did, Hi Frog, what they did was they made blueprints, which are technically takes the in-game models and then makes a unique weapon from the in-game model. So like, let's say you have an M4, right? And it's like, this M4, you can change the things on it, and you can add your own skins and attachments. But if you get a blueprint for the M4, well, now it's a like
Pokemon
it's a like
the chat.
custom skin where it's like a special M4. Is that what it is? Is it them double dipping so that they can sell like Valorant weapon skins essentially, but also still keep the weapon progression and shit and making it feel like unique? I missed Pokemon again. Yeah. Yes. God fucking damn it.
About the fact that Michelangelo is the heart and soul of the Ninja Turtle team, then you're just objectively wrong, and I'll do a whole in-depth episode about it. But I wish that this was more affordable, more practical. I don't want to pay $80 to try all turtles. So as much as I enjoy the mode and I love the skins, it feels like a money grab. One thing...
I mean, yes, that's what video games are now. I was high and drunk. Well, we're still at the Elite Four, so we haven't gone very far. I mean, guys, like, it's been fucking like 10 years at this point. Everything is a money grab. It always is a money grab. Video games in their entirety in existence is a money grab. They're a product. They're designed to make money. The severity of the money grab changes between games. When you're a multi-billion-dollar company and all you and your entire existence revolves around the make line go up, right? Make investors happy, make line go up. You're just systematically going to get worse throughout the years because you systematically have to make line go up more. Are you a money grab dog? No, because I can be satiated, right? Like M4 but shiny, exactly. Like if someone came in and like, here's $100,000, I'd be like, all right, cool. You guys don't need to give me any money for the next couple of years, and I'd be good. If you went to like Activision Blizzard and you went, here's $100,000, they'd be like, all right, cool. When's my next one? You know what I mean? Like you can't ever fulfill the company. I can be fulfilled. I actually, as a matter of fact, I'm relatively easy to fulfill. I am a fucking dog. Give me food and attention. I'll be pretty happy.
Thing that's not a money grab though is the fact that this video is sponsored by Logitech G.
We are going to go ahead and skip through. There's your 10% off code for Logitech stuff, I'm guessing. Make your bank, dude. But Logitech hasn't promoted themselves on my channel, and maybe they could. Logitech's not a bad brand. I like Logitech. I use Logitech. There's your code. I don't know, I can skip that. I'm gonna leave it on screen. Gonna let it sit there for a little bit. because I'm kind of stealing your content, but there you go.
Helps me out with Logitech. So we'll go ahead and move back into the next section of commentary, which is that the elder millennials in the comments section of this video will let you know that
Hi.
Ninja Turtles was about the biggest entertainment franchise on the planet for a short amount of time in the 90s.
Biggest in its niche, yeah. It did pop off. It did pop off for a little bit. But like, no, because there's a lot of people who are just didn't really care. Like Ninja Turtles was kind of like it was the best way for me to describe Ninja Turtles. Oh well, no, I guess they did have the kid cartoons. Okay, so yeah, all right.
I remember the movies were incredibly hyped. The cartoon was bumping. There were toys everywhere. There were accessories everywhere. I personally loved Ninja Turtles. I was all about it. I watched the cartoons and movies and stuff. I had a Ninja Turtle skateboard that I tried to do tricks on and mostly just face planted with. But I've got a very positive nostalgia association attached with Ninja Turtles. This made the new mode and the skins very easy for me to get into, and it certainly didn't hurt that I'm nostalgic for the map.
Guys, man, I'm just so fucking pessimistic, dude. I'm just so fucking pessimistic. I look at this. I look at this and I go, you know why we got the Ninja Turtles? Because it was a way that Activision Blizzard could sell 4 different skins by changing the color of a headband. That's why we got the Ninja Turtles. Fuck. Like, you know what I mean?
Ops 2 and the gameplay from Black Ops 2. The map just went in so well with this like little, almost like my 2 different nostalgias are crossing over. We're getting very meta with the language here. But at the same time, there was something nagging at the back of my mind, preventing me from fully enjoying the experience. And I really thought about
just fucking random tank at a skate park. I want to watch that again. Hang on.
Fully enjoying the
I love that. That's so fucking funny to me. Imagine just running around on the map and it's just a skate park and you just come across a random fucking unmanned or like remote controlled weaponized tank
experience. And
that's like the equivalent of coming across a dog that's stuck in the skate ramp that can't get out. It's so funny.
I really thought about why I'm having fun with the game, having fun with the weapons and the mode and everything. Why is there something inside of me that still feels a little bit empty? And I think that something was crossover fatigue. Call of Duty is approaching Fortnite levels of crossovers right now. The Terminator crossover is back to back with the Ninja Turtles crossover. I think I even saw like Terminator skulls floating around next to Ninja Turtle stuff for no particular reason. All of this on top of a mid-season update in the middle of a season update with other new maps and other new modes and guns and stuff going on. I feel like I barely had time to get used to seeing Terminators all over the place before now seeing
So, man, blame Fortnite. Like honestly, because I think this is gonna happen in the next Battlefield game too. The companies are just continuing to seek the money. Like, people are more likely to buy skins for things they know, right? The Hatsune Miku skin, or a fucking Dragon Ball Z skin, or a Ninja Turtle skin. Like, people are more likely to spend money and to spend more money on things they recognize. Fortnite. I'm pretty sure she got a skin in Fortnite. And because of that, companies are way more incentivized to work on crossover material because A, the design is already finished. They don't need to pay anyone to do design work. And B, they can sell it for more money because it's an established IP. So, like, we are getting to the point in video games where it's not even a little bit difficult to follow the money, essentially. there were, in the early games of the gaming industry, there were decisions that gamers or that companies would make where gamers would be like, I feel like this is mostly for money, but this is still kind of pretty cool, so we can we can excuse this. But at this point, like, it's gotten to the point where anyone with half a brain can see what companies are doing and how much money they're charging for things and just be like, yeah, you're doing it because of this, or you're doing it because of that, or like whatever. And it's kind of pulling me out of immersion, and it's pulling me out of games. I don't want to play a fucking shooter game where there's fucking TMNT running around. We've gone like the target age for Call of Duty has gone from like upper end of like teenagers and younger 20s, and over time has progressively gotten younger and younger. And when I was playing it and I was a kid, it was probably targeting about 16 to 18. Now, like, genuinely speaking, it feels like it's targeting like 8 to 14 year olds. Because, dude, I don't fucking know.
Turtles all over every single map. The character models in Call of Duty are starting to look like my toy box from
Literally exactly what I was saying.
1992. We've got the Skeletal Terminators. We've got Judge Dredd in here. We got Ninja Turtles. We got all these old IPs coming in. I think Activision is aiming.
Also, by the way, I absolutely adore this style of M4. So like, for those who are not aware, I'm a bit of a gun nerd. I'm not a super gun nerd. I don't have any of my own yet, but I've always been a gun nerd. I've always liked airsoft and stuff like that. This is M4. This is like an M4 with like appears like a Magpul body.
Hello, hey, Dop. P-hey-oh.
Hi, Cook. It's been a bit.
Some shite, but now I'm glad to be back.
M110 has always been my favorite weapon. I think it's like the M110 Mark III or something like that. It's a long-range DMR based rifle with, I think it's based on 7.62 or 30-06. Dude, I don't remember. It's been so long. And it kind of looks similar to this, and I absolutely adore that weapon and that weapon platform. This is just basically the 5.56 version of that with long straight mags and stuff like that.
Really,
but I absolutely adore
older millennial nostalgia
this weapon style.
People, we're hitting the age where we finally have a little bit of money and it needs to get captured. But they're going very hard in other areas too. Modern stuff.
Sorry,
market. I think Activision is starting to look like my toy box from 1992. We've got the Skeletal Terminators. We've got Judge Dredd in here. We got Ninja Turtles. We got all these old IPs coming in. I think Activision is aiming really hard for that elder millennial nostalgia market, because these are the people we're hitting the age where we finally have a little bit of money and it needs to get captured. But they're going very hard in other areas too. Modern stuff. Off the top of my head, in recent years, we've had a wide variety of celebrities, Snoop Dogg.
Like, what the fuck, right?
Rappers, Rihanna, stuff like that. Beyonce, I think. We have The Boys. We have Alucard from Hellsing. Dune crossover. Terrifier 3, I did a whole video about. I wasn't expecting that one. And a few years back, we even had Godzilla himself in Call of Duty. The pace of these crossovers is just outrageous.
Because it makes them an insane amount of money and people keep buying it. That's it. Like, it is so obvious that the company does not care about intellectual property integrity. Right? So, for those who are wondering, intellectual property integrity is a terminology that is used to describe the consistency of intellectual property across mediums. For example, if you want to have Sonic the Hedgehog in one of your stories, whatever, and you're licensing Sonic the Hedgehog from Sega, and I think they're still Sega, they're going to have specific rules and specific regulations about how you display Sonic in your medium. If you work with anything Nintendo based, they are extremely strict with how their characters are represented, like Mario or Luigi. Same thing with anything from Disney. Very strict on how their characters can be represented. You can't put tattoos on them, right? You can't make them wear fucking low cut jeans. Like there's very specific and intellectual property integrity that has to be followed with things. Like Terminator, or not Terminator, Optimus Prime from Transformers was another one, right? And it is so apparent that Call of Duty does not give any shits about their intellectual property integrity. They don't care how many companies, they don't care how many characters, they don't care how whatever gets thrown into their game. If it makes them money, they're going to put it in the game. It is out the window. We have ooh anime characters. We have fucking rappers who probably have literal federal crimes. We have nostalgia characters from the early 90s. They don't give a shit anymore. And the reason why they don't give a shit anymore is because every time they do it, people buy it.
For me, it really does feel only slightly slower than Fortnite's crossovers, but it does have a more R-rated content focus than Fortnite typically allows. But that makes sense. Call of Duty is an M-rated game. It's got
Call of Duty is a not... ESRB ratings don't mean jack shit anymore, dude. Like, there are literally 6 and 7 and 8 year olds playing Call of Duty. And as much as I don't really want to admit it, I'm pretty sure a vast majority of the player base are under 16.
a lot of older players. Even the younger players are kind of looking for that edgier stuff like The Boys. And I want to be clear, of the skins I mentioned, I definitely didn't dislike these. I'm not hating on them. I'm not saying they're bad. I actually had a lot of fun with a lot of these and made a lot of content here on the channel with these kind of crossovers.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm definitely getting fatigue from there being a new thing every single week.
Oh, this is rough. This is rough. Because, let me put it this way. There are people who play games right now who would be looking at that statement and going, I want to stab you. I would kill for something new because it has been 6 months since my game has got something new. It's not that you're fatigued from having new things added to the game. It's that you're fatigued from the new things being added to the game not having any consistency. Right? No one would complain if they added a bunch of maps, right, that were all of a game mode that we were used to playing and we know very well. We wouldn't be upset if there was like constant weapon additions, right? This month is the sniper. We get a new sniper every week. Next month is the assault rifle. We get new assault rifles every week, right? No one would be upset at that because that's game content. That's things that's actually a core part of the game and the game experience. This is not. And the reason why you're getting fatigued from all of these new all the new things they throw in the game is because can you see it? Can you see it, chat? It's right there. It's right on your screen. It's right there, a nice, big, clear to see, semi-transparent thing. You see the daily challenges? Yeah, you're getting a bunch of new shit because Call of Duty doesn't want to lose any of its players, and it's going to constantly add shit to give people a reason to check the game out and come back. The FOMO is literally right there. And it's going to be integrated in absolutely everything in the game. Everything in the game is designed to keep you coming back. So yeah, they're going to keep adding things because the more things they add, the higher the likelihood that people are going to come back for them. And the more things they have, like daily challenges or weekly look, dude, they literally have a fucking timer next to the daily challengers. Oh, you got to be careful. In 16 hours and 54 minutes, you can't get these challenges anymore. Well, you got to be careful. That reset's going to come up quick. Like, it's all designed. It is all literally designed to keep you engaged for as long as possible. And if you ever disengage, to give you a reason to come back.
It feels like I just can't keep up no matter what I do. And even if I push myself really hard to try to keep up, there's so much novelty in Call of Duty now that it's starting to lose its specialty. My reaction is not, oh my god, Ninja Turtles are finally in COD. The reaction, unfortunately, has become, oh, of course there's another crossover this week. Doing one really hype event in a fixed window, for me, is a lot more fun than doing 4 mini events around skin launches in the same time span.
It's because skin isn't content.
After drawing T same thing 70 times, I finally got something decent. I now have a drawing of it. I ain't the name or if it's us, but I now have a little drawing of them.
Dude. Like, it's not content. Skins aren't fucking content. The reason why you're getting exhausted for the crossover from skins is because it's just like, it doesn't add anything to the game. It's just something new and shiny they can fucking dangle in front of your face and say, spend money, spend money, spend money, spend money. But it's not actually anything that matters to the game.
Because when you hit me over and over and over, instead of, I guess, like TikTok level dopamine loops, which are trying to capture that audience.
Yep. Yeah, they are.
Too, I instead get kind of fatigued and worn out, and I find it difficult to get excited about all of the new things. And I know a lot of people in the comments.
The fucking slow ass missile. What is this?
About
why is that missile traveling at the same speed as a player running?
All
that's
of the
that's so derpy.
A lot of people in the comments are immediately going to start complaining about the silliness of the skins and how ridiculous the game looks. Most people, from that group anyway, would prefer a serious and at least pseudo-realistic military approach to character design. And I'll admit that even though my enemies look like my childhood toys, the lack of military characters still does not bother me, though I acknowledge it bothers a lot of you. It bothers me a lot more that I can't get a break from crossover.
I don't know how long this person has been playing Call of Duty. And if you played Call of Duty, started picking up Call of Duty, within, you know, say the last fucking 8 years, right? Holy crap. It probably doesn't bother you that there's a bunch of neon bullshit, whatever, running around in the game. But there are a lot of old hats out there that started playing Call of Duty when it was an arcadey shooter that was centered around a militaristic style, right? And it's not that anymore. And that's why people are upset. Because people have been playing Call of Duty for over a decade, right? I'd like to tell you, in literally 2 years, it will be 2 decades. But the game they fell in love with doesn't exist anymore. Like, it has ballooned so much into something that is basically a shell of itself that people are frustrated that they don't have the games that they fell in love with when they were younger. And there's not a lot of mediums out there that you can relate to that same thing. Wait, what you're going to be reading a book series for 20 years and then the book series completely changes and you think people are going to be fine with that? Or Cars, or like, you know, pick a thing, right? It's the same reason why people are upset with Call of Duty changing so much. But at the same time, if they don't change enough, or they don't change at all, people just do the same thing where it's like, well, it's just the last game. And to a degree, there is no reason for there to be new Call of Duties. Call of Duty could just make one master game and just keep updating the master game for 5 years or whatever, right? They resell us a new game every year or every other year for the purposes of just continuing to drain money out of their customers.
Or events. And this isn't just limited to Call of Duty, but there are so many crossovers across so many games and so many IPs. You can look at, like, Dead by Daylight has taken in every horror franchise that has ever existed.
Dead by Daylight is an interesting one because the horror franchise is like, what other game are you going to get horror crossovers in? Like, horror games are so fucking niche that like Dead by Daylight is pretty much literally the only game you can do a meaningful horror crossover in. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to be putting a realistic version or a lore accurate version of fucking like horror icons in Fortnite because it would change their game's rating. You know what I mean? So like, that's understandable. In my opinion, I personally think that I'm even going to admit this. I think Overwatch has done a pretty good job about crossovers. It's not very frequent. And when they do it, the characters designs seem to be very equally and like very equally Overwatch to very equally whatever the other intellectual property is. I think they've done a good job with it, but like that's kind of it. And I totally get it. COD has had crossovers with Oregon. Yeah, I mean, yes, like I saw the Scream one and stuff like that, and COD has had like, you know, okay, let me put it this way. If you had the choice between a game that focuses around the aspects of a serial killer and it focuses around the aspects of the horror part of a horror icon versus, I don't know, we gave him an M4 and he runs around with a Scream mask, most companies are going to be willing to put more money into the thing that is more likely to get them money out of it. You know what I mean? And so random is spaced out. It's more like why? For Overwatch? I don't know. I think they've been okay with their collab schedules.
We were doing a lot with like DC. There was like this DC.
What I won't say is they do a good job diversifying their collab skins, because Kiriko, Reinhardt, and Mercy apparently make them a shit ton of money.
Multiverses thing that was all crossovers. Fortnite does it. You get crossovers.
Oh, with Call of Duty? Oh,
you get
that's fair.
Crossovers in Valor. You get crossovers in every single game now, to the point where I feel like all I need is to put on.
Oh, dude, good old Call of Duty spawns. Watch this. Literally the second this dude dies, spawn pops in. I would have died if this dude spawned in with this guy still here. That's too funny.
Point where I feel like all I need is to put on a VR headset and I'll be in Ready Player One. It won't take any time before somebody's calling in Mechagodzilla to counter my Godzilla kill streak I got, or whatever. That was actually previous years, basically. But I feel really like dense and recognized. Like there's just so many recognizable characters in every game now. It's starting to feel a little bit weird. And I think that this is broadly an industry-wide trend that makes money off of existing IPs. It's easy to capture that money, easy to roll out skins. Lots of people are willing to license them. But it is a trend that I need a break from. Boom.
And you won't, because of the exact reasons you just said. Because it makes money, and therefore you won't. And that sucks.
Boomer Drifter here is getting very tired.
I'm doing my part. I didn't do fucking shit.
And all of those sad complaints aside, I would highly encourage you all to check out the Ninja Turtles mode, because it's fun. And you've got to play grind. Oh my god. I'm going to just take off all of this protective face gear so you can see my face when I say this. You've got to play grind in Black Ops 6. It makes the entire game make so much more sense. At least that was my impression. That's how I felt about it. Could be wrong.
It's almost like the people who gave a fuck about the game when they were doing map design actually made decent maps. What a surprise. So like, yeah, it's basically boils down to the fact that there's a lot of people out there who have, you know, dude, again with my monitor randomly going out, I've gotten to the point where they're just like, dude, it's so much stuff. It's so obvious. You just want people to blow money on it, and you're just gonna fucking make a new game in like 2 months. Like the biggest wake up call I think the entire Call of Duty community has had was when they did Warzone 2. And they were like, yeah, you're not getting to use any of the skins in your old Call of Duty. They're like, what do you mean? It's like, yeah, all that money you spent in your last Warzone game. Yeah, we're making a new Warzone game and you're not allowed to carry any of that over. Because fuck you, that's why. The bean soup cold. You too? I'm not exactly sure how to respond to that. But yeah, so that was okay. I got a different video that I might want to show you guys that I've already seen, but I have opinions. So that's crossover fatigue. I agree. I agree with a lot of statements. I still think this feels partial. This feels a little biased towards Call of Duty. But it is what it is. How'd you get the idea to go on Twitch and stream for the first time? I wanted to play a game and I wanted to stream it to people, so I streamed it to people. that's just kind of it. Don't think about it too much. All right. So I love Flats as a content creator. I also love, I love reacting to Flats because Flats and I, we don't always agree on everything, but I'd still like to think that he's got a good head on his shoulders. Hello. And he's pretty, in my opinion, he's pretty truthful with a lot of the stuff. I think, I don't think he hides too much shade. I think when something's up, he brings it out in light, and I think that's pretty cool. If you punch yourself and it hurts, it means you're strong or that you're weak. That's a good question. Weak. Well, I guess it depends. There's too many variables for that one. I swear COD is a game for players that refuse to try any other games. There's no reason for it to be as popular when they continue making new CODs every other year and changing nothing. Yeah, no, it's definitely for people who I like this play style and nothing emulates it as well as they do, so I just keep playing this game.
Something really interesting. You know what? First off, before I do anything, let's clickbait, not clickbait. Well, let's lead off with some clickbait. And recently,
so the title of this is I'm getting tired of this already.
And drama and bullshit around Rivals and Overwatch, right? And it kind of makes me sad because it's like, dude, you have the opportunity. You know the meme of like, oh my god, 2 cakes. It's like we have the chance to have 2 cakes, but for some reason, everyone is obsessed with pinning them against each other and making them fight.
You want to know you want to know why? You want to know why people are obsessed with pinning these games against each other and making them fight? Because they want to watch Overwatch fail. And the reason why they want to watch Overwatch fail is because people feel like they have been burned, they have been betrayed, they have been led on for so many years with no repercussions that finally there can be repercussions. Finally, there can be repercussions.
I know the answer. And Avril actually had a good tweet about this, and I'm probably going to look at that in a second. Dextero decided earlier, and I quote tweeted it too with my own. I thought it was a pot noodle tweet. Because I was like, why does this exist? And it's just stirring the pot. And the reason why it's being talked about so much is something very, very interesting.
Getting so altered by Wolverine is so annoying. Yeah, you'll in Rivals, depending on the ult that you have, it means that it still might be worth to soul. Like a lot of people are like, LOL, soul ult. And honestly, yeah, you know, it's not always the best thing to do, but in some characters instances like Psylocke, and some characters instances like obviously fucking Winter Soldier, getting 1 guaranteed elim is always going to be better than getting 3 not guaranteed elims. That's why there's a lot of soul ulting, and that's why it's valuable, is because if you can delete one other person from the other team 100% of the time, it's better to do that than delete 3 people on the other team 33% of the time, right? I hate the Twitch viewership comparisons. It changes every day. Like right now, Rivals has almost double Overwatch 2, and next week it's going to be drastically different. Why people think viewership holds any weight is mind-boggling. Viewership does hold weight in the purest form of like indicating nothing more than like player desire, right? People, when one thing has more viewership than another thing, it just means that more people want to watch it. It doesn't actually indicate popularity. It doesn't actually indicate anything significant other than the fact that it's just how many people want to watch it. It does have significance in that value. I think the only reason why people attribute view time or watch numbers or whatever is just because that they don't have like player count data, you know? Like if Overwatch released current players, and Rivals released current players in a way that couldn't be manipulated by graphs or whatever, then people probably wouldn't be comparing view counts on Twitch, but that's all that we end up having. 3 big streamers can completely change the ranking of a single category. Yes, but 3 big streamers has an equal opportunity of changing a single category, whether it's Overwatch or it's Rivals, right? So like, you're not wrong in saying that like, if people watch Flats because it's Flats, right? And Flats plays Rivals, it gets 5,000, and then Flats plays Overwatch and gets 5,000. So that it's not a very fair indication because they're just going to watch Flats in general. I agree with that. But if like Flats has 5,000 viewers in Rivals and then goes to 2,000 viewers in Overwatch, and the other 3 are still in Rivals, there's like that weight. But I agree, it's not useful analytics. It's useful information, but it's not useful analytics. It doesn't actually really tie back to the game in any useful way. I have no idea who that is.
History being made. This is Overwatch 2's Steam page. And it has gone from the most downvoted, most negatively reviewed game on Steam.
This, in my opinion, is absolutely huge. I think that the developers, I think that the higher ups in Overwatch deserved to see their game have overwhelmingly negative reviews for a long time, because that is what players felt. Like, that's what players felt when people played the game or didn't play the game or whatever. People's experience with the game was overwhelmingly negative. That's what players' experiences were. And to some degree, you know, if you review a product, right, you have your experience with the product and then you have the functionality of the product, right? The functionality of Overwatch, it's not full of bugs. Most of the things work pretty consistently. Interactions work just fine. Like, the functionality of Overwatch is pretty solid. Much, I would say, more solid than Rivals. Thank you for the poke. However, that being said, the sentiment and experience of playing Overwatch was overwhelmingly negative for such a significant amount of people that it blew up Overwatch 2 into the most negatively reviewed game on Steam ever. And I think that's important because people's sentiment were so one-sided that it could not be drowned out. And that's not the same for Rivals. It's just not the same.
To now be considered mixed.
Overwatch 2 death approaching. If they don't get their act together, and if there is another Rivals game in the next couple of years, yeah, it could be bad. I think right now, because there are currently only 2 titans in the industry, that is the hero shooters, which is Rivals and Overwatch, they're only having one other option keeps the other one alive to a degree, right? Oh yeah, now there's a competition, right?
We are in a timeline currently where Overwatch on Steam, the thing where everyone dunks on it for, because most players use Battle.net, they don't use Steam, has now
I love that most players use Battle.net, they don't use Steam, and yet it still is one of the highest amount of ratings a game has had. That's 329,000 reviews of all time. So, like, just because someone uses the Battle.net launcher, it doesn't mean they can't also leave a negative Steam review. Because it's free to play.
Shifted to mixed.
Now there's good competition. Oh yeah. Wasn't there like Paladins and like fucking, wasn't there like 3 other games that tried to be hero shooters that people are just like, I've never heard of this game? Conquered was another one.
And here, you'll see that there's actually a big uptick in positive reviews. Now, you'll also see on the opposite side, there's an uptick in negative reviews. Is there a chance that because this has become known, that because there's a big uptick in positive reviews, people are trying to counteract it with negative reviews? Potentially. But we also are kind of entering a timeline, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly, Cal.
People are not just optimistic, I would say, but are kind of like, I think, ready to have the conversation on whether Overwatch deserves a second chance.
Oh boy. You mean like fourth chance? Because this one's a tough one. It's not just PvE. And I hope people understand this, right? It's not just the dropping of PvE that has burned the audience. And I think anyone who thinks it's just that is blind. It's the PvE being promised in like 2019 or something, and then being completely dropped because it was a core selling point and people didn't like that. It was the removal of features from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2. It was the removal of the staff in the game, who developed the game. It was the dropping of cinematics. It was the dropping of what felt like care, what felt like a supportive parent, right? You can tell, people can tell when you support your game, when you support your intellectual property, when you support the thing you are making, you are going to have labors of love. You are going to have things that don't make fiscal sense that developers or companies will do because they genuinely believe in the product and they really want to just add support for something because they love their community and they want them to thrive. And Overwatch has not been doing that in any meaningful way for a long time. As a matter of fact, a lot of things they have done in the last number of years has primarily been recovering from the damage they had instilled. And a second chance at this point does not exist. It does not exist. There is no second chance. You, as Overwatch, are only going to get more players if you get a proven track record and you claw them back one player at a time. That is how you are going to get players back. But you are not going to keep players unless you start fixing your game. Because it has become very clear, and a lot of sentiment very clear. People do not like rock, paper, scissors. No one likes rock, paper, scissors. Stop. We don't need hard counters. And it does not need to be a part of your game. And Rivals has proven that. And I am so thankful that Rivals exists, because in Rivals there are soft counters, right? Like, as an example, Magic, if I'm going into Magic as a Spider-Man, I'm just going to blow the fuck up every time. Because Magic, all they need to do is hit me once with their sword and I can't kill them anymore. That's a pretty good counter. But it's not a hard counter, because she can't chase me around the entirety of the map and beat my ass, right? Overwatch needs to get rid of hard counters, and Overwatch's balance philosophy needs to be redone. Because if you have a problem with anti-grenade, you don't just throw another character into the mix to fix anti-grenade, because that is exactly how you force the same two support metas for years. You don't balance other characters with other characters. And no, they don't deserve a second chance. They don't. Their second chance was Overwatch 2. Because they didn't do anything for the game for literally years. Everyone was like, okay, it'll be an Overwatch 2. Okay, yada, yada, yada. And that was their time to recoup from the poor player sentiment that existed at that time.
What I mean by Overwatch deserving a second chance is basically, the idea is everyone's mad about PvE and the cancellation of PvE. Avril had a great tweet about this earlier.
And as I said, it's not just the PvE.
In response to talking about not having Overwatch or PvE. And let me read it to you really quick, because I thought it did a pretty good job, and I'll expand upon it.
I'm going to let him go through this, but basically, it's not what PvE is. It's the encapsulation around PvE. We just cannot trust you as developers to make sweeping changes or to make sizable things, because the one time we gave you years and years and years of time to develop that, you dropped the ball. And it was such a massive ball drop that your community just doesn't trust you anymore with anything else.
Buckle up. It's time for another giant Avril tweet. PvE still remains the biggest red herring in all of gaming.
No.
The people who are eternally upset over the lack of PvE are in reality more upset at the broken promise of a feature meant to justify Overwatch 2 than the literal existence of PvE itself.
Yes. Kinda. Yes. I'd say 80-20. 80% yes, 20% no. And the reason why I say 20% no is just blanket statements are never good. 20% no, because there are legitimately a non-insignificant amount of people who literally just won't play Overwatch 2 because they really liked the characters, they really like the development for the characters, but they don't like PvP games. They wanted to interact with the Widowmakers and the Mercies and the Zenyatas and the Tracers and the whatever. They wanted to interact with these characters, but they didn't want to do it in the capacity that put them in an environment where they were going to be attacked because of their sex, or they were going to be attacked because of their skill level. Like, there's a lot of people who don't play Overwatch because they don't like PvP's gaming culture in its entirety. And there was a lot of people who are looking forward to the PvE mode because, like, not Overwatch, Blizzard has done PvE things well, right? They've done fucking their World of Warcrafts, and they've done their StarCraft, and they have the capacity of being able to make really great PvE games, and that's what people were looking forward to, and then it just got ripped out from underneath them.
What he's trying to say is basically, instead of being mad that PvE doesn't exist, they're mad at the idea that they removed Overwatch 1 for 2, and basically, when you had Overwatch 1, you got all the skins for free, you had loot boxes, you had all this stuff. They took all of that away and then made you pay for it, right? They're mad.
Which, holy fucking shit, that was an unbelievable ass hat of a move. Just like, all of this content that you originally quote unquote paid for because you bought the game and you could access them originally, we're just going to remove all of that. And now you basically only get a limited number of skins per season based on how much we allow you to be able to get. Which is
at that, and then there's many people I'm mad at the
not a good idea. They added the loot boxes back, so I'm not going to harp on that one too much. Because I don't know, Rivals exists, I guess.
That's shift, right? 5v5, 6v6, but like now that's up in the air too. So like regardless, so let's continue. You can insert any other major feature in place of PvE as the promise of Overwatch 2, and the response would have been the same if the promise was broken. PvE was a never hugely requested feature in Overwatch 1. I slightly disagree on that one.
I disagree as well.
I think people wanted the lore and the story.
Yep.
Not fighting bots.
Yes.
They wanted more lore.
So what this point is basically, what he's trying to make is first match playing full Scarlet Witch, get an MVP is so not hard. Yeah, exactly. The biggest thing with PvE was that people love the story. People love the world that Overwatch takes place in. And no, shooting bots for an hour is not a story, right? Like I don't know what happened, but the dev team never really understood or figured out how to make a campaign. Because that's what PvE was supposed to like. That's what what people really wanted from PvE is they wanted a campaign. They wanted a story. They wanted an dude, They wanted an ever growing evolutionary story that Overwatch took place in that grounded the characters. Give me a TV show. Exactly. Literally exactly that. The player base wanted a developing storyline for our characters. They wanted to see how Hanzo and Genji were going to grow up, how they were going to interact, what adding Kiriko was going to do to that. Like, they wanted to experience the stories told between your characters. And you fucked it up. And you know why you fucked it up? Because that is not what you can do when you're running a game that is completely...
Your eyeballs pay for dog's food, though.
That is completely based around adding more characters and adding more characters and adding more characters and adding more characters. You're not going to be able to tell all of the stories in the game. You're not going to be able to tell all of the arcing things in the game. Okay, you're not going to be able to tell everything. So you have to focus on specific things. But it's still like what you could have done. What you could have done is you could have just said, here's the original launch cast of Overwatch. Those are all the characters we will ever do a mainline developmental story for. And anyone that comes in afterwards, we are not adding to it. That's all you needed to do. And they made a bot shooter with dialogue in the background. That's not
and story
no one
of the
cares.
PvE, not
Yeah,
just
literally.
not fighting the bots. Let's continue though. And the small amounts of PvE we got in Overwatch 1 wasn't good past 1 or 2 playthroughs. How do I know? The queue times for each PvE mode massively increased after only a few days of each time.
Yep.
The majority of people didn't bother replaying it, and the same people who were massively upset over the lack of PvE in Overwatch 2 are now playing games like Rivals, where there's not requesting PvE. And also not upset that devs have announced no plans to make PvE. You would think an audience so obsessed with PvE would be flipping their shit out.
The issue is that you are assigning the current players as the people who want PvE. And that's not how that works. Because people who want PvE were not playing Overwatch. There were people on the sidelines looking through the little shop window going, I can't wait for this to open up so I can go experience it. And then they open up and it's not at all what they thought it was going to be, and they go, oh. And then they close it and leave. like the people who want a PvE aren't playing Overwatch because there is none.
Over this. But the truth is, they don't actually care about PvE. They care about the broken promise of Overwatch 2.
Which is the people who are still playing. Or who are still have the capacity to play.
And the 2 to 3 years of wasted development that took away from Overwatch 1. I think this is pretty true. And it's not wrong. And they did do that. And they did f up. Absolutely. There's no denying. This is why whenever someone brings up the lack of PvE in Overwatch 2, I just ignore the PvE part of the criticism and read between the lines to find the real criticism underneath. I personally did want the PvE because I had a blast doing it, going for rank 1 challenges, playing with friends, but the story was the big part.
See?
But yes, let's continue. The real PvE heads never chose Overwatch, a competitive PvP FPS game, as their main title. They're playing actual PvE games like Destiny 2.
So I love it. I like how this is literally brought up in the next paragraph after the previous paragraph. And saying that, like, oh yeah, everyone who's talking about PvE isn't complaining about PvE anymore. And then it goes in the next paragraph talking about, like, oh yeah, the people who wanted the PvE aren't actually playing PvE. It's like, you had room in Overwatch. If Blizzard was going to give the dev team any fucking money, which they don't, because Blizzard has made it very clear that Overwatch has been the bastard child that they never wanted to have. Like, very clear. And they refuse to give any fundamental amount of development money towards Overwatch to develop the PvE. Could we've had things like Deep Rock Galactic or Helldivers or Destiny 2 levels of PvE? Yeah, we could have. Would it cost probably millions of dollars? Also, yes. But saying that they never chose PvE is kind of, I think it's like a straw man's fallacy, because they could not choose Overwatch because it did not have PvE. So of course they won't choose Overwatch to play PvE because there was none. Right?
Wow, Helldivers, Deep Rock Galactic, etc. Came to Overwatch looking for a PvE game. You were simply looking in the wrong place, period. No one goes into Valorant, Fortnite, CS, or Apex Legends looking for PvE experience. In fact, Fortnite ironically started as an extremely unpopular PvE game before shifting to PvP Battle Royale game that became one of the biggest games in the world. Overwatch PvE in any of its versions was simply not good. As mentioned above, people don't bother requesting.
Again, it wasn't good because they didn't get the money to make it good. Like, it's not, you know, like, it's not good because you got like 2 people who worked on it for like 2 weeks at most and then said, all right, here you go.
Questioning the PvE modes after a couple of playthroughs. Or sorry, requeue the PvE modes after a couple of playthroughs. The invasion missions literally flopped so hard that they cut all PvE development for campaign missions after that. To be fair, I think that they made a huge marketing mistake, and the first set should have been free to get people in, and then you could charge it.
It wasn't even just a marketing mistake either. This is like, oh God, Flats has talked about this before. This is literally Blizzard doing Blizzard things to get things canned, right? So Flats has talked about this before. When they were doing hero bans, they did it the Blizzard way and literally had a cat at one point choose who did the hero bans. And then people were pissed off at it and they went, well, see, you didn't want hero bans after all, so we're not going to add it to the game. It's the same fucking thing. They made a shitty set of missions that internally someone thought was a good idea. They launched the missions. No one liked the missions because it wasn't what people had in mind. And then they went, well, we're just going to draw PvE because clearly you guys don't want PvE because look how bad these did. And it's like, well, yeah, no fucking shit. Because what you made was essentially like a zombies game mode with no round system. You just made us go on a map and walk in a fucking straight line and shoot bots. That's it. That's all it was. Obviously, people aren't going to enjoy that.
After that, but regardless, actually, to be fair, they shouldn't have charged at all. They should have just put in skins that were tied to the campaign, and then people pay for the skins, and people would have bought for those, and it probably would have done even better. But again,
oh yeah, dude, like, oh hi Gray, like, no shot you were going to bitch about adding a pay-to-play feature in a free-to-play game and going, well, no one was playing it. Like, well, yeah, no shit, no one was playing it because you made people buy it. You made people buy a game experience in the free-to-play game. Anyone who's playing the game for free, who doesn't have money, obviously isn't going to experience it. Like this is what I'm talking about, where like Blizzard obviously sabotaged this shit from the very start. Hi Fox. Also, thank you for the bets.
And Blizzard's marketing department might as well have their heads so far up their ass they can actually talk back through their mouth a second time. There's a tower defense mode called Gauntlet that everyone has now forgotten about, and was so mid, no offense to the developers, that it is eventually.
How you doing, Fox? How are you, Gray?
The game, because again, no one queued for it.
But like, no one queued for it because it wasn't good. The map literally looked like a dev development map. It like, it's like saying no one drank this poison. We should just stop making poison. Well, yeah, no shit. No one fucking drank the poison.
But they can make the PvE better. I'm not really convinced they can, especially not with juggling the PvP at the time, and you could just admit that Overwatch as a PvE game simply not as good experience. You can only shoot the same bots over and over again many times. It just gets too stale. No PvE offers the same replayability. Okay, so to be fair, to his point right here, this is not what the original PvE experience was supposed to be, though. Like, the original PvE vision that was talked about at BlizzCon
the original PvE experience was supposed to be like Junkenstein's lab. Okay? It was like Junkenstein's lab, except PvE. And Junkenstein's lab was so well received that it actually enrages me. It actually legitimately pisses me off because it is precisely what the PvE was supposed to be, with perk development and perk progression and all of this shit. And they just made a tiny version of it, put it in PvP, and it was one of the most played game modes they have ever released. And it's actually fucking mind-boggling that they don't understand what they had or what they could have done.
2019 was
What did I miss? Oh, we're just doing React content. Don't worry about it.
about endlessly replayable. It
Eat,
wasn't
go
supposed
eat
to be
then.
the same mission over. Talked about at BlizzCon 2019 was about endlessly replayable. It wasn't supposed to be the same mission over and over again. It was almost like a roguelike.
I like this content, or this comment here, bottom right hand corner of the screen. All you have to do is think of Left 4 Dead, and this collapses to BH. Because Left 4 Dead is PvE.
Where you like it would be a different experience every time you played it. So I see where he's getting at here, but he's losing the plot.
I love your ears. Oh, thank you.
That wasn't the original vision.
My ears are
And that's why
very
I think a lot of
expressive.
people
I
were
rigged them
upset
myself.
when they canceled the PvE big part for just the missions, right? Like that was the big part. That was why a lot of people were mad originally. Anyways, let's continue. Most development studios that focus purely on PvE as their core experience struggle to keep players engaged because PvE development is much harder than more resource intensive than PvP.
I don't think that's true. Most developmental studios that focus purely on PvE as their core experience struggle to keep players engaged because PvE development is just much harder and more resource intensive than PvP. I think that is only a result of what we currently have in the industry and the lack of dynamicism in PvE content. I think there's a lot of good. Also, again, with blanket statements, there's no base of fact here. As a matter of fact, if you guys want me to prove this, Skyrim. Thanks for the face webs. Skyrim is PvE. Skyrim has literally had no content updates in like, what, 8 years? And people still play that game. It's not that it can't be done. It's that the way it's currently being done isn't very well done. All they have to do is put in some effort. Look at zombies. That was an afterthought and now it's massive. Bingo. Yeah, dude. The whole zombies game mode from Call of Duty was literally a scene that you got to do after you completed the campaign. And people were like, holy shit, this is fun.
It's been 1 to 2 years, massive expansion. Okay, it's just going on PvP or PvE. But here at the end, except the concrete pill that I have is PvE was a giant mistake and a huge waste of time from Blizzard. And that following Jeff Kaplan's dream of reviving Titan, a failed PvE, after already getting a massive success with Overwatch, is what led us astray in the first place, and Bobby Kotick forcing that sequel that no one asked for.
I still say that this statement is false. I think that they could have done it with money. And I think that the anemic budget they were given as a development studio, because they didn't want to give them any more money to make it, is what killed it. This often, guys, we need to understand, developers are not idiots. Developers are not dumb. Developers are developers. Developers are developers because they have a passion for gaming, and they literally most likely spend 2 to 4 years dedicating their life to understanding how gaming is made. They are not dumb. You and I can play video games and can tell when something is wrong. You and I can play video games and say when something can be better. Developers literally eat, breathe, and live that shit. Developers can make fantastic things. When they fail, 90% of the time to 95% of the time, it is not the developers. It is management. It is not that PvE can't be made. It's that they weren't given the resources to make it. Anything is possible with enough money. What ended up happening was they were probably like, we don't see enough ROI. For those who are not who don't know business stuff, it's return on investment. Where we put $100 million into it, we want to make at least $200 million from it, right? So you need to make 300 overall. They probably saw PvE and went, well, there's not enough money that could be made here after a certain point of time, and just went, we're not going to do it anymore. It can be done, and it can be done well. They just never were given the freedom or the money to be able to do it. And that primarily rests on Bobby Kotick's shoulders. And one of the books that someone made where they went into a deep dive, Flats went on this channel. It was a fantastic video, actually. They went into a deep dive on how Bobby Kotick felt about Titan, how Bobby Kotick felt about Overwatch in general, and a bunch of different things from it. And it very clearly showed that Activision Blizzard did not care about Overwatch, and they did not want to put money into it, and they did not want to put more development into it. They just didn't care. And the fact that you had a dev team in one of, if not the largest development studios in at least the Western Hemisphere, had 3 years to make a PvE experience and didn't do it, is not because they didn't have enough time. It's because they wouldn't give them enough money to hire people to finish it in a meaningful amount of time. PvE was not a giant mistake. PvE could have been fantastic, and everyone knows it could have. The giant mistake was the way it was managed. Also, hi, Ducky.
Actually, it's even
technically, Skyrim is the last official technically, but that's content updated in 2021. They weren't the driving force behind the Creation Club, meaning they picked a handful of prominent modders to get paid for some small mods and ended up releasing with the purchase of an anniversary edition.
Worse than that, Jeff wanted to remake Titan basically with obviously PvE.
I'm good. How are you, Ducky?
I see the vision, but also Bobby wanted to make Overwatch like the NFL of esports.
Yeah. So Flats is referencing one of the things with Overwatch, Bobby Kotick from that video we were just talking about, in which Bobby Kotick, for some reason, again, mismanagement, for some reason thought they could make a video game be as big as the NFL. And they were literally spending millions of dollars on teams and sponsorships and studios and development for the Overwatch League. Millions and millions and millions of dollars, instead of putting that money into the fucking game to make things. Crazy. Ducky is excited. Almost time. It's almost time. Also just got back from holiday. It's almost time.
And yeah. Jeff didn't give a and wanted to basically stand in his way. So there was a lot of shit there.
Yeah, the whole management of Overwatch has been a shit show basically since the beginning.
Regardless, the first half of the tweet is what was, I think, the part to remember. And I don't know, I wanted to give my own input on it. My own input on it is, this is the first time I've seen it in a long time. The last time I saw it was BlizzCon 2023. I think it's the first time I've seen people really come around to the idea of like, you know what, maybe they can fix it, right? I think it needs way more though, right? I think even perks that are currently in the game is a little too safe. I think they should go even bigger. I think Stadium is insane. Like, after playing Stadium, that changed my whole viewpoint on what.
So for those who are not keeping up on what's going on in Overwatch, which is totally understandable, they unveiled an entire new, like, separate queued game mode, which is called Stadium. And what Stadium is essentially, it's kind of like, it's actually kind of cool. It's basically Overwatch and, like, Dota / Risk of Rain kind of like mixed. It's essentially you start a match, you get points, you spend those points on perks, and those perks are available now for the rest of the matches, right? And it's a best of 5, so you total of what, 7 rounds or something like that, or 12, I don't remember, but it's best of 5, so you need 5 total to win, so it'd be 4 to 4, so 8, so best of 9, whatever it turns out to be. And essentially what happens is you play the game as normal, you get a bunch of points as you play the game for your performance or whatever. The next round opens up, and then a shop opens up and you go to buy perks, and it's pretty interesting and it's pretty cool. And it changes the way the game plays a pretty significant amount. But like, dude, it's kind of hard to sell that now, you know? And I hate to say it, but I think it's gonna die. And the reason, holy shit, that was a big drop. The reason why I say that is because Overwatch, when people think of Overwatch, they're not going to think of Stadium. When people think of Overwatch, they think of a 5v5 or 6v6 or whatever it's going to be, hero shooter, that they can sit down, learn a character, play a character, get good at the character, and do a thing, right? They're not going to think of Stadium. Stadium's going to be an afterthought for most current players who are playing the game right now, who like the game right now. Stadium is going to turn into another PvE issue thing where the queue times are going to be fucking horrendous because no one's going to be queuing for it because it's not competitive. Jesus Christ. It's not competitive. It's too long. You can't make a quick match. You're still going to probably have the MMR disparity of queues where you have one team with a 70% chance to win and one team with a 30% chance to win, and you're still going to get rolled, and like you're still going to have all of the core gameplay issues that plagues Overwatch right fucking now. It's just going to have, you're going to have more health and more perks, and that's it. It's still going to be the same. Competitive. Yes, thank you. So Stadium's going to be cool for probably about a month, and then it's going to die. Perks, I think, are pretty interesting. I like the concept of the perk system. I think it adds a change to the game. And I think it moves the game into you can dig deeper into being anti-hard countered. So giving yourself stuff that doesn't counter you. Or you can dig deeper into being super niche and making you even stronger in whatever niche you have, but can be hard countered. And that, I think, is good for the game. But again, we have this whole problem of everyone is just going to start picking the same perks, right? Everyone's going to find the meta pick. Everyone's going to find the meta thing. We are going to optimize the game until it's no longer fun. And that's what we're going to do. Steamrolling feels great until it's done to you. I think the problem with that is not that the fact that it steamrolls, but it's more that the fact that the matchmaker is even willing to create these steamrolling matches in the first place. That's the biggest problem. They better fix some of the perks they better fix the perks for some heroes. Yeah, they better. And they better in like a month or less. But you know what? They won't. And why won't they? Because it's tied into competitive. And the second they tie anything into competitive, the first thing that they say is that, well, we can't change that right now because players are still getting used to it and it would ruin the competitive integrity of the game or whatever. If they don't go back and reassess some of the perks, they're going to have a problem. And like a pretty significant problem at that. And a lot of people said the same thing. They said this is going to be a nightmare for the game because if you don't balance these perks immediately, we are going to have even more problems about overpowered specific heroes and their niches, right? And we still don't have hero bans. So if you fuck up and you make Mauga the worst goddamn tank to play against, and that goes into competitive, no one's going to want to play competitive because every single match is going to have a Mauga in it. Wow. Wild how that works, right? I think hero bans are going to be one of the most useful additions to the game. But with that said, it's also not really going to be experienced by a vast majority of players because most people play quick play and they're not going to have hero bans in quick play.
I knew as Overwatch. And I'm a little bit nervous for in like 2 or 3 weeks from now. I think that, you know, there's a lot of people that are probably going to start seeing flaws with perks and whatnot and might start to get angry with them. And I would urge you to just chill a little bit. Because there's already enough discourse and enough anger on the game as is. And I'll tell you from my own point of view, I actually wanted to make a video comparing both Overwatch and Marvel Rivals and talking about the pros and cons of both games and talking about why having both of them existing is a great thing. I wanted to do this in December. If you've been in my chat, if you've been in my stream, you've probably caught me talking about it in little bits, but I chose not to. And the reason I chose not to at that time was because the discourse was so loud and so angry that I knew that it wouldn't actually get anywhere. It would just cause bullshit. It would cause shit for me, where people would just say, you're just shilling. They wouldn't even care about the points are correct or not.
Hi, Manic,
And
dog.
They wouldn't care.
I swear, you and Ducky.
About having
you and Ducky both just come in and just go, dog.
About it. It would just be,
hi, Manic, how are you?
I want Rivals, right? And that even went to like creators, right? Where like creators were playing Rivals and not playing Overwatch at the times. Like there wasn't anything to play. But also, like, do you know how many people probably watched Overwatch creators? Because like all the Overwatch creators who went to play Rivals were at the top, mostly, right? Those people now find these creators, they enjoy watching them. They enjoy watching them play hero shooter. And then they go play Overwatch after. They might be like, huh, I've never watched this Overwatch game. Huh, I've never played this Overwatch game. I've always heard it has a terrible reputation. Then they watch it, maybe play it themselves, and then they go, oh shit, this is actually better than I thought. And it breaks that stigma of like, oh.
You know what? See the dots. You know what I would love to do? I would absolutely love for every person who has ever played Overwatch to be able to have some way of saying, what was your enjoyment in Overwatch a week into it, 2 weeks into it, or 3 weeks into it? What would you rate out of 10 your enjoyment in Overwatch? And then for those who have played for more than 6 months, what was your enjoyment at the end of you playing Overwatch? Because I personally feel like the most amazing part of Overwatch is learning characters, knowing how they work, and playing with other people who are learning characters and figuring out how they work. And then the second you fall in love with a character or a particular playstyle, you get nothing but suffering. Because every time you start doing well on the character you enjoy, someone on the other team goes, I'm doing this swap, so you can't play that anymore. And then people just go, I just want to play this hero. I want to enjoy this hero and play this hero. And now I can't because people just counter me.
Oh my God, don't go near that game because it's so bad, right? And I think it's actually starting to break slightly. And I really do think that this is like the start. It's not even close. It needs so much more. It needs like another year or two. But hopefully it's the end of downwards arrow trend Overwatch. It's now slightly upwards trend green arrow. And I think it will change more when Stadium hits. Now, I gave some feedback on Stadium when I was in LA, and what I would love to see from it. I wanted to leave you with this, right? This could be the end or the changing point for Overwatch. And if you haven't given Overwatch a try, you should try it. I think you should.
I mean, I agree with Flats. I don't like the game. I don't like the game because it took my favorite hero and basically crippled him. And then when the perks came out, they gave him a band-aid, and that was it. So my favorite hero, my go fast hero, my enjoyment hero, has been nerfed into the ground so significantly over the years and never helped that I just, on principle, I don't play anymore. But that doesn't mean other people can't enjoy the game. That doesn't mean there's not going to be more Mercy one tricks. That doesn't mean there's not going to be, you know, more fucking Reinhardt players or like whatever, right? Like, you should never not try Overwatch because of the old hats and their experience. Because the game for us, the game for me, has changed so significantly over the years that it is no longer the same game. And that's why a lot of us don't enjoy it anymore. That being said, it is a different game now. And the game for others, right, might be more enjoyable or might be enjoyable. And I don't think you should ever gatekeep a game just because it's no longer your thing anymore, but it's like a good, fun, solid foundation game, right? So I would never tell people not to. Whenever anyone has asked me, should I play Overwatch, I always tell them the same thing. I tell them, it's fun. You're going to enjoy the first month or two of playing it, and then you're going to start seeing the issues, and you will never unsee them. You will never unsee the issues in Overwatch. You will never unexperience the issues, and they will be there forever the entire time you play the game. Because what happens is that they don't fix the issues with the game, they just move them somewhere else. Right? If this character is currently impressive, they just move it somewhere else, and now another character is. You will never escape the problems with the game. And then once you see that, your enjoyment will likely diminish, and then you won't play it anymore. But for the first like year, it'll be enjoyable. But after that, not much.
Especially if you're enjoying rival stuff. You genuinely should. That being said, don't be surprised if it takes even longer to see bigger changes. Because I think that the Rivals effect was big. I think it kind of like, they're open. Like they were talking about Rivals at the Spotlight. They talked about it openly. They were like, yeah, we have competition now. All of the stuff that's come out right now, Perks and Stadium, has been in development for years. That's not how dev...
Thanks, Manic. Stop shaving me. I will say, flat out, that perk system, I don't think that was hard to add into the game. I definitely do think that was a Rivals reaction. Because a lot, like I don't know if I said this in chat, but I said this in the comments of this video. The perk system is filled with either A, PvE perks they have already had for years, or B, old skills they removed from the game, right? Reaper literally gets his death orbs back. Torb gets a level 3 turret, right? Bastion gets his grenade form back. Like, there are core parts in the perks that are literally just old, unused content they added back into the game. Or they are PvE perks that were already in the game, right? The spider turret. That was part of one of the April Fool's patches. Deflect, adding health. Like, there's a very high likelihood a lot of these were already in the game. All they needed to do was add the ability to toggle them on and off in a match, or just on in this case. Toggle them on in the match. Make a UI element to inform the player when they needed to toggle it on, and make a UI element on the scoreboard for what things were enabled. That's it. So when Flat says that was not a response to Rivals, I don't believe that. Because adding that stuff into the game was probably pretty fast, especially if they'd used a lot of their dev time in the middle of December. Now, one of the things that they do in Blizzard is they do have a pretty long break, I think, at the end of the year. So like it would have been most of February, like most of January, they would have been working on it, but it's not that hard to add. It's not that hard to add.
Cycles work.
Stadium, on the other hand, totally different. Stadium was probably something that took them a while, that they've been working on for a while. Absolutely.
They didn't just get off their ass like, well, we're going to stop being lazy. Boom, we made all this in 2 months. That's not how that works. So all of this has already been in development. You'll see the Rivals effect in a year or two from now. And so if things are good now and things are changing now, and people are already starting to be satisfied with what they're being given.
See, the thing about this comment is just the fact that Flats kind of understand. Flats has a business degree. Flats knows business, but when you have enough money and you have the ability to hire enough contractors, you can make shit happen real fast. The only thing that's slow is mainly art stuff. Art stuff can be really hard to have consistency between artists. So like 3D modelers, etc. That stuff takes a while. That's not really anything you can do. But when it comes to adding things into the game, and it's mostly numbers, or like you have a healing effect on Deflect. Like there are people who literally just make workshop modes in a week to do shit like this. Like, this is not anything that the perk specifically, it's not anything that's, you know, insurmountable to do in a month. Overwatch doesn't have 1 to 2 years. Overwatch has to reply in a certain amount of time, or they will continue to bleed players. They need to staunch the bleeding right now, and that is what this is kind of trying to do. And then they're going to have to continue to release things at a meaningful time and there's a gap in between them to try to keep players from leaving and bringing players back. I'll say most of this stuff was probably an idea that they were taking their time with. Once Rival showed up and holding, yeah, I agree 100%.
Imagine what it'll look like in a year or two from now, right? Because now it's time to move past the PvE. Now it's time. And I want to ask you in good faith.
We're not getting past the PvE because we're not getting past what PvE represents.
What do you want from Overwatch?
What do I want from Overwatch? That's a good question. What do I want from Overwatch? I'd like some consistency. How about that? Can I get some fucking consistency? Can I like, and what I mean by consistency, I mean like, I want some balance consistency, you know? I want some like new feature consistency, right? I want to be able to play your game and feel like you are actively making strides to keep me as a player in good faith. Give me hero, like, give me meaningful fucking hero progression. Not this dumb, badgy, shiny bullshit that you think I want. What sells the most in your game? What makes the most amount of money in your game? What does the most things in your game, right? I want that. Oh, well, those are skins and we can't give those out because that will lose us money. Well, you know what else loses you money? Not being able to keep players to spend money. I want to be able to fucking have the equivalent of a Lord icon in Overwatch. I want there to be specific skins that are locked behind progression of characters. I want to be able to walk into a game, see a dude with a specific skin that's decked out and just be like, oh shit, that dude has like 1,000 hours on this character. Let me play as Bob. That would also be pretty funny. I want to see the dev team, and I want to see the studio, and I want to see the publisher treat this game like it matters to them. Hi, GTB. I want to see the Blizzard treat this game like it matters to them, because I can tell that at the moment it doesn't, and it's just a cash grab.
What would it be for you? For me personally,
Setting works. Okay.
I have my own. I'll probably make a video about those at some point. Don't just scream PvE. You know?
Less
Don't
smurfing.
Just scream PvE.
Yeah.
Like,
better
we all
match
know
balances
it's not
and quick play.
actually
That'd be great.
anymore. We all know that it's actually the years of broken promises. Bro, how much are they paying you? This is cap? Oh, my friend, that's a first-time chatter. I'm going to check your following age. If it's within the last 2 months, it's going to be funny. 22 seconds. My brother in Christ, I've been playing this game for years. I am legitimately, notoriously known for sitting in this exact spot on the training range and talking about this game. It's goods, it's bads. You can actually go back and I just saw one. Oh,
you know what's actually kind of funny, guys? I know Flats took a bunch of pictures for like React, like putting his face on his thumbnails and stuff. But my dude has like been significantly losing weight. Like, have you noticed that all of these pictures he doesn't have glasses in? Because these were all taken before he got glasses, before he knew he needed to get glasses. He has lost so much weight by the time these pictures were taken. He's gotta get new pictures. I don't know if he has new thumbnail pictures.
Right 7 months
but like
ago.
he's gotta get some new ones.
There it is. Classic Doomer video, 9 months ago, same spot. Look where I'm sitting. Boom.
Literally the same spot. Yeah.
So, you could sit there and say, "Oh my God, how much?" Brother, I've been doing this for years. Same shirt. You, all right. Fuck you.
Oh my god, this thing. Has he
I don't know
been
how
in
we got
that
there.
apartment for
I
9
think
months
the tides are
already?
turning
Jesus.
for Overwatch stuff, and I hope it continues to be that way. But I also hope they keep performing because.
Okay, so this is basically the end of the video. Yeah, I Rivals and Overwatch are good for each other. I think that Overwatch is really gonna have to do some stuff because they're going to realize that not having whales to play their game is losing them more money than the money they would lose to give out skins. Why? Like, they've done so much, like the whole support a streamer thing, the whole Mercy skin thing, like all of the shit that they're doing at this particular season with this launch is so obviously in response to Rivals. Like, there was, I don't remember how long ago this was, but there was a Lucio skin. There was a Lucio skin that was given to drops on Twitch that showed up in the shop. Finish it. Cute. I like it. The one of the Lucio skins that was available for Josh showed up in the shop. And it's just like, in my head, the first thing I think of is, okay, so this was originally something you were going to sell for actual money that you thought would be better to not sell for actual money. They need to add the PvE. They need new characters, fulfill promises, and they need to add more functionality to old characters. I'd like PvE. I'd like a campaign. I don't want to call it PvE anymore. I want a campaign. I want something with a story mode. I want something with character development. I want something with, like, you know, whatever, right? Yeah, the promises, I think we're a little, I don't think we're too far gone. But like this right here is a great example. When I talked earlier about, I want you guys to treat this game like you actually love this game. The fucking Emerald weapon skins are such a prime example of you do not love this game. Because the Emerald weapon skins, they literally took their gold weapon skin, moved the slider slightly, changed the hue, turned it green, and added a diamond sparkle effect instead of the star sparkle effect that the gold weapons had. And then they called it good and pushed it. That right there is not loving your game. They've done good in season 15 with the like weird sort of dark matter copy. Like, that looks good. That looks like it'll incentivize people to play comp or whatever. And that is good. And that looks like it cares. But you got to do that for years, dude, to build back player sentiment. You need to feel like you love this game for longer than I remember you not loving the game in order for it to come back, because it's just not. It's just not going to happen. All right. So we went off a little bit there. We are going to go ahead and we're going to go get rid of the crossover fatigue. Bubble costume in the new skin. I have seen it. Yeah. Can I watch this? So this was this, who suspended this? Well, this was submitted. This is a TikTok thing. Give me a second. This was a recent submission. Somebody was, I think it's Arctic. All right. I don't think I can full screen this, so we're just gonna deal with this. This is. All right.
Atom buffs are officially live. What do they do? Atom's main bread and butter, being a fully charged cosmic cluster into a headshot, is now a body shot on 250 health targets. As in the enemy.
You still need to hit all 5 of these shots, though.
What do they do? Atom's
like, you still need to land. Hi, Minnie. You still need to land all 5 of your projectile shots on someone and still follow up with a left click.
Fully charged cosmic cluster into a headshot is now a body shot on 250 health targets. As in the enemy Hela, any of the flying characters.
You're not hitting a flying character with all 5 shots from your right click. That is not gonna fucking happen.
Magic.
You're not killing a Magic if she's in the middle of combat, because she's not gonna have 250 HP. She's gonna have at least somewhat, some overhealth. Moon Knight, I'll give you, because Moon Knight stands still a lot.
Gives Atom a lot of forgiveness. And with the range buff, a fully charged Cosmic into a headshot one taps from pretty much anywhere, it doesn't matter. Adam also takes out Jeff the Shark in 3 headshots. Which for some of you asking, why did that matter? Oblivion's cuteness reduced damage from critical hits.
Yeah.
The buff basically made Jeff a regular person to Adam. 600 health targets like Doctor Strange now go out in 5 headshots. 300 health targets like Black Panther can actually be one tap from farther away.
You are not hitting 5 fucking bullets on a Black Panther, my guy. Not unless you're in like bronze. Dude, Black Panther, you are not going to see a Black Panther until his foot is so far up your ass you're screaming. Like, it's never gonna happen.
Now, from ranges like this, you only need 4 headshots instead of 5. And that's from really far away, the drop-off stays exactly the same.
Yeah, drop-off's pretty good.
While I think the Soul Bond change doesn't truly move the needle, it's definitely a good one getting that extra 5 health. People are actually regenning now. I definitely feel a difference. Adam.
Okay. So, real quick, I'm gonna go ahead and take a sneak peek at what the 1.5 changes were. Let me see for Adam. Adam Warlock boof. No, I don't want the fucking leaks. Okay. So he gets a little more extra damage. His damage fall off is and soul by. Okay, so the soul bond is gonna be really good. So the soul bond is basically getting a 50% increase in its healing. That's gonna be really useful because if you pop soul bond, you can pretty much guarantee that getting dove by melee characters they're not gonna get their melee combo off too quickly. So Warlock, the reason why Warlock is pretty good is Warlock into dive. You can basically prevent magic. You can prevent Black Panther. You can prevent Spider-Man from blowing up your other support. But you're gonna have a harder time doing that to yourself. But I mean, yeah, Warlock needed a buff. He wasn't being played very much. I think he's not being played very much just because of his ult, unfortunately. Primary fire buff, I remember correct. Yeah, the soul bond, the primary fire buff, and the damage fall off, I think are pretty good tweaks in the right direction for Adam. I think he might need a small tweak with his resurrect. Like if he pops resurrect, he should instantly get all of his heals back, like his E's. I don't know if that's how it works right now. But if he pops his resurrect, he should get all of his E backs immediately, or at least one of them. So he can top up people who come out of it. Dive stall, not prevention. Yeah. Yeah, Luna and Mantis are going to be the ones that are going to be preventative because they can just freeze or sleep. But Warlock can basically look at anyone on his team, see them getting dove by any dive character, click one button and completely undo the value that character has in dive. That's one of the reasons why I'm going to probably transition to playing more Psylocke over playing Spooderman, because even though Spooderman is fun, the value you get on him is real bad. Is real bad. I'll get rid of that. Alrighty, so now we have Mataz Momos. So I guess boobs. Is this boobs? We watching boobs now? Hang on. Goes up and down infinitely? Yeah, that makes sense.
Separate YouTube account just for VTuber shit. Honestly, that's a good way to do it. That's a good way to do it. For me, I hate, oh my God. I'm sorry. This is a VTuber clipper thing. I'm sorry. I cannot. Separate YouTube account just for VTuber shit. Honestly, that's a good way to do it. That's a good way to do it. For me, I hate, oh my God. I'm sorry. This is a VTuber clipper thing. I'm sorry. I cannot stand the thumbnails and titles, and sometimes also the content of these clips that come.
Oh, dude, it's fucking awful. Oh, it's actually legitimately just clickbait. And it's like click farming, dude. Thank you for the bets. The amount of like
Imbecile.
the amount of things where I've seen Mouse and Connor and being like, revealing the truth to Connor. And it's just like, I had a grilled cheese sandwich yesterday. And like, that is the truth. You know what I mean? Like, the fucking Clippers are so desperate to just ride the coattails of people who are more successful than them that they are just willing to put the most wrong, heinous, or misleading shit in the thumbnails or in the titles. Yeah, Philion's mom did what on stream? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sorry.
From a lot of clippers. I'll get a clip recommended to me that is great, that I love. Some clip of Henya. She plays a...
I think it's the difference, in my opinion. I feel like it might be the difference between people who are like associated with the channel. Like people who either have been endorsed or approved or whatever by the actual, like by Philion, by Shy Willy, by whatever, right? They'll have more, I want to say less misleading titles. They'll still have clicky titles. They'll still have whatever, but it won't be like heinous.
Hello.
But the ones that are really bad are like the random like VTuber out of context. Like, you know what I mean? Like the random channels that just show up. They have like 1,000 subs at most or whatever, and they're just farming clips from VTubers. Those are the ones that are really bad. Also, hi Cookie.
Game and gets scared because it's a scary game, and it's just like a clip of her getting jump scared, and I'm like, yes, and I watch it, I'm like, yes. Now the algo's like, she likes Henya content, right? Then the algo's like, what if she likes other VTuber content? So it pulls from some of the most viewed clips. Now what are some of the most viewed VTuber clips? It's always stupid shit.
Did we just spell stupid wrong, or did...
Now what are some of the most viewed VTuber clips? It's always stupid.
I don't think they spelled it wrong. I think they just exasperated us. It is stupid shit.
She said what? It's always got the word breaks in all caps. This VTuber breaks this other VTuber chat. What the fuck does break even mean? Like, it's used so vaguely that I don't even know anymore. This VTuber breaks chat, and then it's just an...
God damn it. The fucking title on this video is Matara absolutely broke Gigia's chat.
Image of their tits on the screen.
The fucking meta, dude. The meta that is this, the meta that is the title and the thumbnail of this fucking video is just so funny. It's so funny. That's so good.
Also, their face, hyper edited. Flushed cheeks, panting, dying on the floor, you know? And they're like, she said, what? And then I click on it and they're
dude, this message right here. Bro, mouse clippers are so bad with this. Yes. Yes, they are. Because there are things about mouse. Very specific things about mouse. Like the fact that she doesn't do any IRL content, right? She has... you know, like Sea Dog, and like she has very specifically established things, and every single fucking clip from a random whatever tries to abuse people's interest in those like niches that Mouse has.
Like, oh, I spilled water on my shirt. Oh, my shirt's a little see-through. Sorry, guys. And then they're like using a VTuber model, so you can't even see it anyway. And I'm like, what? Or it's always stuff that's like not crazy. I'm sorry. I'm tired of people treating some things like they're so crazy. A VTuber will say a mildly sexual thing and they're like, whoa. And I'm like, are you 10?
Also, can I... time for dogs hourly payment.
Talking Iron Mouse? Yes.
Eyeballs.
Also, can we just talk about the way this model is? So this looks like a 3D model, and if it's not, holy shit, props to the rigger. But this looks like a 3D model with an animated like outline and stuff. This is really cool. This is a really cool model.
Some VTuber will say like a sus
like watch the hair right here. You'll see it flickering.
Thing for content because it's funny, because it's a joke, because they're a funny person, and they'll be like, holy shit, boobs. And I'm like,
holy shit, tits.
Or like I get that with like Matara a lot because she and I will joke around with each other.
2.5 is isometric.
Like, she'll be like, come here, give me a hug in some game, and she'll be like, put your head on my bosom, right? Funny joke. I'm short, she's tall. That's where my head would go. Okay, like literally nothing crazy, and then I'll be like, you're my breast friend, right?
That's funny.
Joke. And then the title and thumbnail will be like, boobs, 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 breaks chat, boobs, VTuber name, breaks chat, boobs. And then the thumbnail.
They fucking put
like,
SQC as VTuber name.
Drawing I've seen, it like looks like it's
Based
probably from a Dojin kind of thing. 150,000 views. And I'm like, what is going on, dude? And it's
the
like,
thing that, okay,
funny.
so the thing that surprises me about this is that she talks about these things getting that many views, and I'm just sitting here like, how though? There's no way the clickbait can be that strong, right? Because if it's not actual content, no one would keep watching it. So why does it get so many views if it's not actually like the real like? Are people just waiting for the entirety of the video for the moment to happen?
But then at the same time, okay, here's how I feel. From my perspective, I look at that and I'm like, that's funny. I just find it funny from my personal perspective. I'm like, no way these people are real. Okay,
you vastly overestimate people's standards.
Really
true.
Me. But then the problem,
because like I think legitimately the hardest thing is not getting people to stay on your video, it's getting people into your video in the first place. So if you can lie to people and get them to watch your video and then just sit there and wait for the moment when the thing is supposed to happen and it never happens, then they get all of the watch time and they just leave aggravated. But YouTube doesn't know that they're aggravated because they didn't get it. Because like, if you lie to someone in the title of your video and people watch the video waiting for it to happen, right? Like, you know those fucking shorts, right? Where it's just like, wait for it. And it's a 60-second long short and it happens in the last 2 seconds of the video. And it's just like, lol, we farmed you for your watch time. Where if I ever get a wait for it video, I tap the shorts and I take that fucking seeker slider at the bottom and I slide it all the way to the right and then back a little bit. And then I instantly get whatever they're trying to like view time bait me for. And then I swipe. Because I'm not falling for that shit, dude. I'm not doing that. And that's what it feels like a lot of clips do nowadays, is they just basically make you wait all the way to the end of the video, or just not at all. Like, it's terrible.
Is then people who don't watch VTubers get recommended those clips first, always, because they're like a lot of the most watched, you know? So if they watch like one VTuber clip and now VTubers are in their algo and they don't know anything about VTubers yet, that's what's getting recommended to them. So they look at their sidebar and all of the VTuber related content that they see that they haven't watched yet. Again, they haven't watched the clips. It's just
dude, it's so true. That's why there's such a bad fucking stigma around VTubing. Is because like that's what people farm with, man. That's what people put up. That's what the industry as VTubers as a whole are putting forward in front of people who don't recognize the industry. It's just hypersexual, conflicted drama bullshit content. That's what gets put through.
It's all those titles and thumbnails. So then without getting to know anything about VTubing, they see that and they're like, oh, that's what VTubers are.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh, you know, at some point you got to recognize there is an issue there. It's always the gooners. I mean, the thing is, like, it's
true.
The gooners are going to exist. A lot of the internet is the gooners, right? And that's fine. The
also
problem
true.
is when it looks like a creator only makes content for them, when they probably do a lot of other things too, but like the whole algo makes it look that way, then it's like, it's tough for that person, because then sometimes people come into their chat finding clips of them and they're like, oh, this is the VTuber specifically for me to goon to, and the person's just playing Elden Ring and chilling.
Specifically, I cannot wait to goon to this person who is only playing Elden Ring, who is screaming their face off and is, what the hell is that shit? But like, that's what ends up happening, right? Chris clickbait fatigue and crossover fatigue. Yeah. And that's the other problem is like, if they don't ever click on it, like if they just watch one VTuber or whatever, they don't ever click on it, they don't ever go through and they don't ever discover what's on the other end, they're just going to associate that particular individual with that type of content. Now, if that VTuber is putting out that content and they're doing it to themselves, that's a different story. But like, if people are just trying to farm clicks, obviously they're going to use the most sensational, obviously they're going to use the most sexual, obviously they're going to do everything in their fucking power to like get whatever they can to get those views. And if you make, like, if you are a full-time streamer and you're like me and you know you're hanging out with your friends all the time and you're impulsive like I am, you're gonna say some stupid dumbass shit and it's gonna get clipped out of context because it's just what it is. But like, if you do that every stream if you do that every stream, that means that every single day you're going to have one of these clips get generated. And in the course of a month, there's going to be 30 fucking videos or 20 videos of all of these clips being pushed to the internet where that happens. And even though it's a 20-second part or 2-minute part of like a 4-hour stream, that's what you are going to be associated with. And that,
You know? And then people come into their chat, like new people saying wild shit to them, and they're like, you have to upload a clip of this with that title, please?
Oh my God. Dude, do you know how many people, not just for VTubers, but for just like female streamers in general, do you know how many first-time chatters women streamers get where it's literally just, do you have an OnlyFans? And I'm not making that up. That is like legitimately a thing where people are going through females on Twitch.
Sakai, no. Your
And they just
pay for dog
Sexy
food,
Wolf.
though.
People are going through female streamers on Twitch and they're literally just, do you have an OnlyFans? 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 Because I hate to say it, but a significant amount of entertainers, you know what I mean? A significant amount of entertainers also do live streaming outside of that work because it's extra money that they can make because people know them from that form of entertainment. This is literally what Project Melody did, right? The problem is that it's becoming so invasive in the space that people are just assuming that every female streamer does it.
Someone ping my editor quick. Yeah, like Bite said, boobs, breaks chat, boobs, Matara boobs. Thumbnail of Giga nose bleeding. Yeah, it's always like that.
No shot. Wait, hang on.
Where does Oren...
Oh, shut up. Yeah, so if you guys want to see the thumbnail for this video, right? So this is why this is so meta. This is the thumbnail for that video. And you know what? I fucking love it. Because I genuinely hope so many people got clickbaited from this fucking thumbnail and were forced to sit down and basically get reprimanded for their behavior, right? Like, you clicking on this video, this is the reason why this shit happens. This is your fault. And honestly, dude, I dig that. That is amazing. I love that. I love that so much. Thank you, Mobius, for the daily sexy wolf. All right, what do we got here? Just checking out chat real quick, seeing if I missed anything. I don't think I did. This feeling of drunk, yeah. Me when I released a video about potatoes and then rambling on, saying the same thing repeatedly for 40 minutes while boiling 4 different potatoes. Okay. Thank you for the pets. It was a pretty big brain move. All right, so the good old days. I think you agree with Tim on a lot of the stuff, Delta. Ooh, oh boy. Oh boy, am I gonna get worked up and not in a fun way? Hang on.
And actually go when...
Shut up! Alright.
2 hours of yapping starts now. Do you guys...
Me when I used to yap and not play Marvel Rivals every game?
Really
or every
like
stream?
my yap session at the beginning. I love yapping, bro. I like
Yeah, what the fuck, guys?
my yap session. It's like a good way to start the day.
Dude, based tool sweatshirt.
You know?
Wait, he's wearing shorts too.
We all just hang out for a second.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, guys. The only thing I know about Tim the Tap Man is he just gets fucking toxic and screamy at video games. But like, I guess everyone does. But you know,
We all yap together. It's pretty...
Is there a count of who pets you the most? No, not yet. I have been kind of working back into doing stream stuff, and redeem counters have been considered. So maybe sometime eventually.
fun, man. You guys don't enjoy that? I enjoy it. Am I hungry? No. Why are you assuming I'm hungry?
That's a good question.
It's not nice to assume, chap. All right. 20 from Howie. How dead do you think Call of Duty is?
Fucking Christ, dude. And Call of Duty is never going to die. Call of Duty is one of those games where it's literally too big to fail. If Call of Duty is nearing death, the amount of fucking puckered assholes that would exist on whatever board of investors exist at Activision Blizzard would spend so much money transitioning that shit into whatever the current day and age hot thing is that it won't die. Call of Duty will not die. They have way too much money and way too much incentive to keep that bitch alive.
Oh, here we go again, dude. I don't know. I'll say this. If I was on Call of Duty, like still on Warzone right now, and I saw those changes for Overwatch without Marvel, I was like, that'd be like a beacon of light to me.
True.
Listen, man, Call of Duty's never gonna die.
My man. My guy.
Let me just say that. It'll never die. It is one, I would argue,
Okay, Tim, you need to get that mic way fucking closer to your face. That is a dynamic microphone, and your audio is suffering, my dude. Eat that shit. Put it right up in your mouth. Like I am touching my microphone right now. My lips are upon the. Like, get that shit up in there, man.
top 3 gaming franchise in gaming history is Call of Duty. It is a pillar in the gaming community. And it won't die. The new one will come out later this year. I'll probably play it too. Just right now, there's a lot of fun stuff that I want to play.
That is not COD.
So, Tim, what are the other 2? The gaming pillars. This is.
Oh boy. Gaming pillars. Okay, one of them is Pokemon. Yes, Cookie. One of them is Pokemon. What is another gaming pillar? It's got to be like an early 2000s game, right? There's no way.
Oh, I don't want to do that because people are going to get mad.
Fuck, Counter-Strike? Would you like a cookie fact? Sure. Counter-Strike's not a bad one. Mario's not a bad one either. Mario's not a bad. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like they're both kind of from Nintendo. But like, is Nintendo the pillar? Is it wrong to say that most of the pillar of gaming is because of Nintendo? Is that wrong? Because like, what did we, like, there was a period of time before Xbox and PlayStation really existed. Like Final Fantasy, maybe. Like before Xbox existed, it was just Nintendo and PlayStation. So like, what's a big OG PlayStation? I mean, we had Dreamcast, we had Sega. So like, but what is something that is still alive to this day? Like,
fun fact, in recent years, edible cricket flour has been incorporated into some cookie
Madden.
recipes as a sustainable protein source. The cricket flour cookies are not only eco-friendly, but also packed with protein.
I actually did know that, Cookie. That's what the GamerStop bars are using. They use cricket protein. That's a tough one. Madden's a big OG one because I think Madden's been around for a long time. Voice makes it 2,000 times better, right? Doesn't it? Yeah, I would say Pokemon. I like, honestly, guys, I believe childhood games. I genuinely believe childhood games are the pillar, because if you didn't play games as a child, like if you didn't get engaged with gaming as a child, you probably wouldn't really be that into it as an adult. That's why I think Pokemon is such a pillar. So it's like, what other games did you play as a kid, or what other games did your parents play as a kid that is, you know, still around to this day? And like in 2 years, Call of Duty, like Modern Warfare 1 came out in 2007. That's gonna be fucking 20 years ago, you know? Pong. I mean, yeah, the old Atari stuff, you know, but the franchise hasn't continued, right? Like old Space Invaders and stuff. First video game I played was a Medal of Honor game. Oh, dude, the Medal of Honor team went and made Battlefield, I think. Like, yeah, they wouldn't let them make Medal of Honor anymore, so they went to another game. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Call of Duty kind of really is up there. They're still going. But anyway, let's see what Tim says. Doom? Oh, good point. Actually, great. Yes, Doom is 100% a pillar. 100%. Between Can It Run Doom, Eternal, the 2016, like Doom made a fucking comeback in the last like 10 years.
And Halo there.
Halo is, I would also put Halo there.
No, I don't want to do that because people are going to get mad because I'm not putting Halo there.
No, he's not. Interesting.
Maybe I would actually. I mean, what do you think? Call of Duty, Halo, and Grand Theft Auto. Those might be.
Oh, you're like mid 2000 level of pillars. I mean, look, if we're going in the mid 2000s and we're just going, okay, hang on. All right. So if we're talking about the things that made the gaming industry, okay, if we're talking about the things specifically that took the gaming industry from an infant state to a monster that it is today, I 100% agree. I 100% agree. It's Halo, Call of Duty, and and Grand Theft Auto. 100%. They exploded console gaming in a way that has never been seen before. But if we're talking about like things that have stood the test of time, things that will always kind of be like in gamers' hearts, then it's probably going to be closer to like Pokemon and Doom and like those sort of things.
The three. You know what I want to what do you think? Call of Duty, Halo, and Grand Theft Auto. Those might be the three. You know what I want to put there, but a lot of people probably would disagree with me with is World of Warcraft. That.
Oh. Yeah. Well. It kind of depends. Because we're talking about if it exploded gaming. World of Warcraft never exploded gaming. World of Warcraft was always the nerd PC player, right? It was never like the Chad console gamer. And by the way, PC players and console gamers, both are cool. I'm not saying anything about that. But what I'm saying is that like it never pushed the gaming industry the same way the other games did. But it did, like, it has been around for such a long time and is a core part of gaming as a whole. So like if we're talking about the things that exploded gaming, no. If we're talking about things that have been around for a long time that are like in the culture of gaming, then yeah, I would agree.
Be a pillar, in my opinion. Now, to be fair, I played countless hours of World of Warcraft, like the original. So yeah, I mean Fortnite.
My hybrid gamer like cars. I don't think so.
Wow. Picking a top three pillars in the gaming space, that's actually really hard to do given everything. I mean, couldn't you say Mario from like the Super Nintendo?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like I think everyone here can also agree that Mario was just, Tetris. You want to go super hardcore. And what established gaming as a whole, dude? Tetris. Wasn't there a whole fucking movie based around like selling the intellectual property of Tetris to the very first Game Boy or whatever? Like Tetris is still around to this day, and that shit is like bonkers. And the fact that it put handheld gaming on the map, and handheld gaming put gaming in general like on the map.
With like what was that very first Mario game?
And is it like Bejeweled just kind of like an offshoot of Tetris? Is that bad to say? Is that wrong? Because there's like, we have Tetris, which is just put shape in whole. But don't we have like a shit ton of other games that are still like conceptually Tetris? Where it's just like you reorganize things and you make a line and like they die and then shit falls down and reorganizes and then that dies. Like, you know what I mean? It's like Tetris 2.0.
Was it just Mario? No. Oh my gosh, what was it, bro? I can't remember. Mario Brothers? I think it was just Mario Brothers, if I remember right.
Yeah, I think it's just Mario Brothers and then Super Mario Brothers.
You know what else I think you could put there? Bro, I am so sad for a lot of the younger generation, man, because you guys will never get to experience this, bro.
Yeah, I get so caught up with how gaming is treating the current generation is basically like, if we get them used to gambling now, we can make them gamble more when they're older. But I keep forgetting that, like, if you were born when the greatest Call of Duty of all time was released, the original Modern Warfare 1, if you were born in that year, you're 18. You're 18 right now. I'm pretty sure. 1035? Yeah, you're 18. Oh, you're 18 at the end of the year. But if you were born when it came out, right? So, why'd you have to remind me? If you were born, you would have to be born at least on the, like, you would have to be born in like 2000. So you have to be like 7 or 8 years old. And even then, it's just like the game you played when you were really, really young. And then you kind of remember it, kind of don't remember it. And then you really grew up with like Modern Warfare 2, right? That would be the game you grew up with. If you were born before the year 2000, you got to experience some of the greatest Call of Duty had ever offered in such a simplistic, easy to digest, and fun format. My country doesn't even let you online gamble with loot boxes and stuff because they don't want a generation of gambling addicts. Yeah, because your country is fucking intelligent and our country is run by money. But yeah, a lot of people nowadays, like a lot of fucking, you're 18 years old or younger, like you don't know what it used to be like.
When Pokemon first came out,
I fucking knew it, dude. I knew Pokemon was gonna come up. I fucking knew it.
On a Game Boy, oh my gosh, man, life changing.
Oh, absolutely.
You look at it this day and age, and there are still Pokemon games coming out, but they're so different than that style of like Pokemon. What was it? Red, blue, and yellow. Like those Pokemon games on Game Boy were.
It's one of the things like going back to the good old days. When will people learn to destroy Moon Knight? Honk. When they get eyeballs. I want you guys to understand. And I know this might sound hard, but I want you to understand there was legitimately a period of time before Pokemon even existed, before the concept of collecting monsters, right? Before the concept of like creating a party of them. There was a period of time where that concept literally did not exist. It's hard to understand and it's hard to explain what that game was, right? It's like it literally was the development of a new style of game forever, and we have not had that happen for a very, very, very long time, right? All we've been getting is drip-fed shooter games and hero character games and battle royale games for our big industry titans. We haven't had a game that has come out with a brand new design that has never been seen before in like years. So when talking about the very first release of Pokemon and the very first concept of there being over 150 fucking things you can collect, 150 different creatures, and a bunch of different creatures that evolved in different ways, like you would get a thing and you go, what does this evolve into? Right? Or not even knowing evolution was a thing, right? You just saw your parents or whatever saw a thing like a cool monster on a package and they bought you the game, and then you were like, man, I collect stuff. And then you go out and it's like there's experience points and you're learning new moves and it's really cool. And the very first time you ever see evolution, the first time you ever experience one of your favorite little cutie creatures going into a completely another creature and just being like, what? It looks completely different now. It looks so cool. Like, you don't have that now. You don't have that now because now it's almost an expectation, right? If somebody tells you, oh, there's an evolution mechanic, you're like, oh yeah, I've seen that before. But when Pokemon Red and Yellow and Blue came out, that wasn't a thing. That had never been seen before. Those games were the first games with an evolution mechanic. It was the first time you ever could experience a creature changing into something else that was stronger, to a degree. But for what I'm saying, like the importance of what Pokemon is, it stands. It's crazy.
I don't know. I don't know. Like, I can't even. The hard part is growing up and playing it and seeing it. I can't explain it any way to you, like if you're a younger generation. I can't. Like, you just had to experience it and be there. I can guarantee you there's a bunch of 30 to 40 and maybe probably even 50-year-olds now. Well, maybe not 50 because you'd be a little older when that came out. But I remember growing up, I had my Game Boy and I was supposed to be asleep and I was underneath.
I am probably younger than Tim because my dad was the one. My dad bought a Game Boy for himself, okay? I didn't get a Game Boy. I wasn't allowed to have a Game Boy. My dad had the Game Boy, right? I was allowed to use his Game Boy intermittently when he permitted me to. I think my brother got a Game Boy Color, and I don't know if I had a Game Boy Color. I'm not sure. But my brother had a Game Boy Color. My father had a Game Boy, and I think I might have had one. But I'd have to ask my parents, because I'm not too autism and ADHD. My memory is kind of bad.
My covers, I'm sure almost 80 to 90% of like.
Oh, this is gonna be great. Keys, you want to know something? You want to know something for those who are younger who don't know? Yeah, the Game Boy Color in the original Game Boy, they didn't have a light up screen. Okay, I want you to understand that they didn't have a light up screen. All the LCDs, all the phones you have, everything with a fucking shiny, you click a button, you can see your screen at night. Yeah, this shit didn't have that. This shit was like playing on a calculator, right? There was no light up screen.
30-year-olds did this. I was under my covers with the little flashlight.
Yes! The little fucking plug-in light you had to put in the side of the fucking console, dude, in order to actually see it. And what's even funnier is that in this image, I don't know if you guys can see it down here, you see this black bar? So, fun fact, Nintendo licensed games, okay? Nintendo licensed games had, and I could be remember this wrong, so grain of salt, but Nintendo licensed games had an encryption on the game cartridge itself. And if the encryption on the game cartridge itself didn't come through valid, it would fuck up this Nintendo symbol at the very bottom of the screen. And that was what happened in those early years, where you would put in a card and you load the game up, and this little thing would be scrambled and the game wouldn't boot. This is where the whole blowing of the whole like through the cartridges to get dust out of the pins, so you could put it back into the thing and then turn it back on, because the dust would cover the pins in the cartridge and it would cover the contacts with the other pin on the inside, right, the receiving pin, and it wouldn't make a full like connection to the internal circuitry. So you'd have this little thing at the bottom and it would get fucked up, right? So this black bar would normally say Nintendo. And it's just funny because I bet you there's no game in this. I bet you whoever took this picture plugged this in, did this, and then grabbed a photo of it. That's too funny.
Right? Because the first Game Boy, it didn't have the backlit screen, so you couldn't see it. So you had this little spaghetti light that was like a light attachment that you could see the game still. And you can play it. I guarantee that anyone that played that Game Boy had that exact core memory, which is kind of crazy that almost all of us share a core memory. And
to be fair, a lot of people who didn't have a lot of money, a lot of people, they weren't able to get that accessory because that accessory did not come with the handheld console. That accessory you had to buy separately. And a lot of people were at the age where their parents would say, if the sun is down, you go to bed. You're not allowed to play the Game Boy Color or Game Boy once the sun is down, right? So it was actually a mechanic that parents would use to prevent you from playing when you weren't allowed to play the game. So a lot of kids didn't get the light attachment.
None of us knew it, but it's like we're underneath the covers because we're supposed to be asleep.
But yeah, exactly. So I had this happen with my Game Boy SP, right? Like I had this happen with the one after this. So it's Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advanced, which still didn't have the light up screen, and then Game Boy Advanced SP. And I had an SP that had the light up screen. And yeah, I didn't just hide under my blankets, guys. I hid under my pillow. I would pull the blankets over my head, and then I would shove the Game Boy under the pillow, and then like sneak my head under the pillow and like have my head right up against the Game Boy so that absolutely no light would leak from it.
You know, get ready for school or whatever. And you're playing the Game Boy and you got that little light and you're just playing that Pokemon game, bro. I could have done it for hours, man.
We are no different now than we were back then. if you think it was a different time back then, you're fucking wrong. Like, we as kids legitimately would be super groggy in the morning and not be able to do anything. And our friends would be like, what the fuck, man? And it would be like, I got Pokemon the other day. And then everyone would go, oh, gotcha. Okay. What would you pick for your starter? Right? If you told anyone you got Pokemon recently and you were just like tired all the time, every single person knew you were up for like 3 hours at night playing that goddamn game when you weren't supposed to.
Hours. And then the way you could like connect on the bus, right? How many times on the
dude, the link cable. I never got a link cable, man. I was never in a populated enough region to actually use a link cable, and it breaks my heart because actually trading Pokemon with a link cable was probably the coolest shit ever.
Bus, did you battle someone else on the bus? That's another one.
So cool.
Memory that you're probably thousands of us that were all on different buses, and you had this cable cord so you could battle each other with your Pokemon. So sick, man. And just for the record,
so cool.
Pokemon is still a massive franchise to this day. Massive. Yeah. But the point I'm making is
I do the same with the Switch, but I'm too tired to play it, so I just go on YouTube for some reason, or I pull out a full computer. Dude, okay. The concepts, I'm holding my phone. The concept of this fucking thing is insane. It's literally a small computer. I could go on Discord. I can go on YouTube. I can go on websites. Do you guys fucking know the shit we had to go through for websites on things like the original iPod Touch or like the original iPhone? Mobile websites weren't a thing. Like nowadays, CSS or Cascade style sheets helped fix a lot of the issues because it can dynamically change HTML elements and their appearances as the size of the screen changes, right? So you could go to like youtube.com and it would alter the appearance. You could go to like facebook.com and it'll alter the appearance. There were legitimately, and I'm not lying to you, there were legitimately completely different websites for like YouTube and for Facebook that were on the M. prefix. So m.youtube.com stood for mobile, right? And the reason why you had to go to m.youtube.com was because the mobile website had a completely different HTML layout and a completely different CSS layout because our web infrastructure at the time didn't support the homogenization of all screen sizes. And before then, you just had to go to the desktop website and pray that it worked, that you could see everything. Like, early mobile internet was awful. And anyone who's between the age of like, I want to say 26, 27, and like 33, ask them if they ever had a PSP and ask them what the internet looked like on the PSP. And I guarantee you they're all going to give you the same answer. And it's going to be dog shit. I might have sent another thing. Finally, EP, I don't know if it did okay. Mobile YouTube kind of sucks. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
This day and age, seeing that, you'd be like, well, who cares? But growing up and seeing that for the first time was massive. It was so sick, bro. So like you could probably say Pokemon's up there too. I don't know. The hard part is like seeing gaming develop.
The PSP could go on the internet? Yes. Yes, the PSP had an internet browser. It was terrible, but it had it. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. PSP internet browser. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, guys. Oh, this is a fucking blast from the past. Perfect. All right, hang on. You ready? Hang on. I'm gonna go pull up an image for you guys. Give me a second. I want you guys to understand. PSP internet browser. All right, you ready? Let me go grab... Oh, here's Yahoo. So open image in new tab. I don't even know if this is still around. Oh my god, dude, this is so bad. Okay, what is this? Oh, here's Google. This is a good one. Open image in new tab. We'll do that. I'm gonna try to get like, yeah, open image in new tab, and let's do one that's kind of like, let's see. Let's see. Man, I miss the PSP. I kind of wanted the PS Vita, dude. Yeah, here we go. Open image in new tab. All right, perfect. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab some of these, and I'm gonna bring these in so you guys can see it. You ready? Put that there. I know it's a little hard to see right now. I'm gonna go ahead and blow it up for you. There you go. That's what Google looked like. Okay, so this is the PSP web browser. So you can see like, yeah, no, it ain't good. It ain't good. You had a little cursor there that you could move around with the left thumbstick, and then you'd have like your circle and your X. But yeah, there was a web browser on your PSP. So we'll go ahead and get rid of that, and then I'll go ahead and show you some other images. So this, God, this is so grainy. This is another different web browser. Okay, so this is some sort of like, this isn't a website. This is just the actual browser, right? So that kind of giving you more of an idea of like what that thing looked like. Just like the 3DS browser, it was shit. Yeah, the 3DS. I have the 3DS browser. Yeah, it looked like that. Yeah, the websites on the 3DS browser are also terrible. And then here's an actual website just to give you guys an idea of like what websites look like, right? So this is what a website would look like. It is literally colored squares and text. That's what the internet was. The early mobile internet was fucking terrible, dude. It was absolutely terrible.
At a young age, I have so many core memories with so many different video games, man. I'll never forget playing Counter-Strike 1.6 at our buddy's house because he had the best computer. His parents had a really nice computer for some, like none of our parents.
I never had a computer. The only computer we had that could play games could play like SimCity like 2000 or some shit like that, and it was awful. It was awful. It could play it, but it was terrible.
Parents had a nice computer. We all went over to my one friend's house because they had the new big computer, which, just to be clear, this day and age, our iPhone's probably 15 times more powerful than. And
oh, it's more than 15. It's a lot more than 15.
We'd all sit around the one screen and take turns each game, and you'd play Counter-Strike 1.6, one of the greatest games of all time. I don't know, man. There's just there's so much nostalgia in gaming that a lot of the younger generation, like, I don't know. Like, would you say that people have core gaming memories like that anymore? I don't.
Yeah, but it's Minecraft. And like kind of Fortnite. Like gaming has become so pervasive. Like it's around everywhere. You can get free games on your fucking phone. You know what I mean? It's like becoming like, it's like eating, right? You know, you can have a lot of meals, you can have a lot of substance, you can have a lot of whatever. There's very few points in your life when you eat a meal and you're like, holy shit, this is a good meal, right? There's very few things in your life where it's like it's a core memory for you now. But it was such a novelty when we were younger. That's why it's such a core memory.
Oh no. Maybe it's just my unk status sticking out. But I mean, from everything's online, right? Everything's online. Y'all don't know a midnight release. Midnight releases were incredible.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. Fucking before like you could download games, right? Like before, like cause we had internet connections back in my day. We had internet connections so bad that it was legitimately just straight up faster to buy a game at a store and then take it home and then plug it in and play it. Like, we didn't even really have digital game releases for a long time. Like PlayStation 3 and the original Xbox 360 were kind of where digital game releases became a thing. But like single player games and shit, dude, like if you wanted to play that crap day one, and like, let's just say it was, fuck it, let's just say it was like Pokemon, right? You wanted to be the first kid on the block to get the new Pokemon game, see all the new starters and all of the other things, right? You wanted that shit. You had to get that night of, or literally the next day. Like you had to convince your parents to bring you to Walmart, right? And get that shit. You weren't downloading that. And it was so hype, dude. Midnight game releases were like, they were like a like, oh, I don't want to say a ritual, but kind of like a ritual. Like it was a community thing, right? Where, you know, people all around the world or people all around the country, like whatever, all out sitting outside of like, out of a store, and like people having to work at the stores at that time who are also buying the game for themselves. Like, yeah, midnight releases, we'll never have that again. We'll never have that.
Everyone everyone went to like a GameStop or a spot, right, that you could wait in line to buy the new whatever it was called.
Yeah, now it's that, Mobius.
One for me, Halo. I stood in line for what was it, Halo Reach. I think Halo Reach was the last one, if I remember right, for a midnight release for me.
It's been a while. I can't remember. I wasn't really into Halo
Reach like after that. Which I would also say, I think Halo Reach was one of the last really good Halos we got. You can throw that one out there too. But it is kind of crazy just how much gaming has changed over. Yeah, okay. You know, we ended up yapping. Whatever, dude. You guys you can deal with it. But it really is like, Tim's cooking. Dude, I'm telling you, if you're my age, you know what I'm talking about. And if you're a lot younger, you have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm sorry.
Oh, Tim, man.
There'll probably be something that y'all...
Hey, does Tim collab with VTubers? Do you think oh, dude, do you think, like, if I reached out to this guy and I was just like, hey, yo, you want to sit there and be nostalgic as fuck for like an hour in front of our audience and just talk about what games used to be like, and just talk about like the old Flash games and shit, like old Plants vs Zombies, old Balloon Tower Defense 1, like all the games we used to try to play in school, like all the PC games we used to try to play, the Flash games we used to try to play in school, and like trying to get around them, you know, like going to proxy websites and shit, or you know, the shit used to play like the old GameCube games and stuff, or fucking using your old parents' like NES systems or Sega systems or shit like that. I think he's out of your sphere. Yeah, probably. But it would be funny. It would be funny. It would also be cool to like collide with the VTuber space and just be like, hey, you want to talk about this shit? I'd also be cool talking to him like off stream too.
That's like kind of life changing. I mean, we saw the internet get developed.
Yeah, dude. I was alive before Google was. You want to freak out? You want to freak out kids? You want to freak out like the younger generation? Tell them you are older than Google. Tell them you were born before Google. And just watch them be like, what? Yeah. Because like, I think Google came out in like the late 90s. Like 97 or some shit like that. Yeah, 98. 1998 was when Google was like created, so to speak.
And that old now. I'm Unk status. Like, so many of you were born and the internet was there. I remember the day we got internet at our house. I remember that day.
The oldie dial-up.
And my mom was like, Tim, we have the internet. And I was like, what?
What's the internet?
I was like 6. I was like 6 or 7. And I got home. And on my computer, we went online. And it was mine.
Dude, oh my God. Like I said, he's probably a little bit older than me, because I think my parents, for their jobs, always were a little more techie, always were a little more kind of like in tune with things. So like, we still had the moment when we got the internet, right? But I like, it wasn't important to me, right? It wasn't something I understood. But I think I remember getting it because I think I remember asking my dad for like a Yahoo email address or whatever. And I think it's still out there. I think I think I still have my Yahoo email address that is just like my full name. Like it's my first name _ last name at yahoo.com. I don't remember what the login was. I haven't really changed passwords. Like I used to have, I remember my very first password. Like my very first things that I used for my passwords. And I still remember them. And I probably could even log into my very first, you know, Yahoo email account that's like over 20 years old. But like, dude, it's crazy.
Blowing, bro. And then, but back in the day, y'all know if you picked up that phone, what happened? Bam, you're offline, which is so funny. Do you guys know that I had to install World of Warcraft with like how many like what was it like?
Well, all the floppy disks. Yeah.
Now you just sit there and everything updates, everything.
Dude, it's wild because like you don't even understand like the size of the capacity of the computers we were running, dude. Like we didn't have gigabyte hard drives. I don't think so. I don't think we've like, hang on. I'm going to look this up. Give me a second. Okay. So in the late 90s, the hard drives for personal computers typically had a range of 500 megabytes to 1 gig. Okay. I want you to understand that like our hard drive sizes, right? At the end of the 90s, we're just starting to really come through as 1 gig. 1 gig. The games, like when you install the game on that drive, dude, that was kind of it. Man.
Big downloads, gigabytes upon gigabytes, dude. I'm sitting there trying to install World of Warcraft when I was 13. I'm like, where is my third disc? I lost the third disc.
The future is now, old man.
All around my house, and I was like, dude, I can't find my third disc. Oh, good times, man. Wow. It's just technology's changed so much since then.
Yeah, it really has.
And you can even.
And it's kind of wild. Technology has changed so much since this time, but now technology doesn't really change. You know what I mean? Like we had that massive spike in development of technology, but they're all fucking black rectangles now, dude. We've had black rectangle phones for like 20 years. What's changed? It got a little bit faster and got better cameras. That's it. You know, like we've optimized the personal computing, and it's done, right? There's like VR was the big new one, right? I'll give to like VR. Like we had VR for a while. Hi Oni. We had VR, and VR was kind of a big deal, but like, and it was really cool. By the way, if you've never tried VR, find somebody who has VR and try it. It's really cool. It is really like, whoa. But it's still super niche and all of that. But it is the first time in a very long time where I tried a technology and I went, holy shit, this is game changing. VR is really, really, really cool. But like, it's still super, super, super expensive and super niche.
Age of Empires.
Did you ever try VR? I have VR. I can't use it where I am, but I have a Valve Index.
Back in the day, bro. Age of Empires. Do you guys remember playing like the first, second AOE?
Going good. How are you, Oni?
Back in the day. Incredible game. Incredible. StarCraft. I didn't really play StarCraft. I was more Age of Empires, but I have buddies that did StarCraft.
StarCraft is really cool, dude. I love the Zerg. Still to this day, and I've wanted, guys, I have genuinely considered potentially making lore about my 2.0 character where I am the hive mind leader, because I love the concept of having a hive mind. You know, like I love the concept of being a part of a massive expanse of millions or billions of organisms, and just knowing they're all to a degree an extension of yourself, but they're all, I don't know. It's hard to explain. But I think it would be really cool to have that in lore, and I don't know how I would do that.
I lost almost every
A
game.
hive mind of dogs.
Every single game, but I had so much fun doing it. I won a couple. I played, who was it? The Brits with the long bowman. I would just like make a bunch of walls.
I've never played Age of Empire.
My little long bowman. What was the?
I'm pretty sure that Matar. No! No. No. Zerg dogs. Zerg dogs. Give me my cluster of, give me my community hive mind.
Resource cheat. It was when you were playing by yourself.
It's not affordable. Yeah, it is really unfortunate.
Or something. Now I'm really testing my memory and how much. There was a way to get infinite resources or something. I can't
50,
remember.
Dude, holy shit. Wait. Yo, that alert is
or something.
dope.
Now I'm really testing my memory and how much.
Wait, that's such a dope ass alert. This isn't Tim. Hi, Zane. That's a dope ass alert, man. And also 50 gifted. That's $300 in a single sitting. That's crazy.
There was a way to get infinite resources or something. I can't remember. Motherload was the money, maybe. Was that 50? Was that 50 members? See, this is all from the nostalgia, I think, guys. Thank you, Garrett. Okay.
Okay, he said thank you. I was going to be very upset if he didn't say thank you.
Hey, I'll stop talking. I'll stop yapping. The point I'm making is gaming back in the day to gaming today, there's been a ton of change, man.
Yeah.
And I am
50 subs at once. Damn. Yeah. Dude, some people out there have an incredible amount of money that they can just blow on people. And I'm just sitting here, I'm like, what about me, though? What about me? What about me? When is it my turn? Does Chad have a body, or are we the small thing on your shoulder? Not right now, because I'm in 1.0. I'm actually kind of feel like I'm in fucking 0.5. I'm like pre-cooked. You know what I mean? You guys, I haven't really solidified my lore. I have lore, I have some ideas. It's very subject to being reworked, which is one of the reasons why I haven't gone too in depth on stream about it, because it can change pretty significantly. It depends on how I want things to go. We're not al dente.
We are not al dente.
Yes, thank you. But like, yeah, I've had some stuff cooking. I'm not gonna lie, I think it would be, I really want a hive mind. Goddamn, I really want a hive mind. It's just my name and like being a dog. It would be really cool. It would be really cool to be like, I am the dog and everyone is part of my hive mind. Why? Because they all pet me, and that's how they join to the hive mind. Like, I bait people into like liking me and petting me and giving me attention, and then like I worm my way into your brain, and then now you're just a part of the collection of people who like me. It's like, I'm in your head now.
very glad.
No, Chips, we're not doing that.
I got to experience
$300, man. If someone was gonna buy 50 subs, send me the money. $300 is like 50 subs is like, yeah.
That's what I did. And
Sorry, hang on. What did you say? I got distracted by hive mind.
I'll stop yapping. The point I'm making is gaming back in the day to gaming today, there's been a ton of change, man. And I am very glad that I got to experience what I did. And I kind of started this rant from the three pillars. I don't know what I would even say they are, candidly. I'll say what I want to put. I would want to put World of Warcraft. I'd want to put...
Yeah. Say Pokemon. Do it. Say Pokemon.
I have to Call of Duty. I have to.
God damn, dude.
Oh my God. You guys are unbelievable. Hang on. I'm thinking, I'm wrapping this up. Hang on. I would say...
Wait. Is 300... So he just made $300, by the way, chat. Just letting you know. With those two things alone, he just made $300. Fun fact.
For me, I think my three pillars for gaming back in the day, or even to this day, and the whole point of this was people saying Call of Duty's dead. I think Call of Duty's a pillar for me. I played so many hours of Call of Duty with my friends, bro. World of Warcraft, I sank thousands of hours into World of Warcraft.
Would petting the dog and joining the doggo hive mind make me less tired?
Call of Duty, World of Warcraft.
Probably not, no. Like a Pokemon.
Can I say like Half-Life, Counter-Strike?
Source Engine?
Is there a bundle I can do? Some sort of
Source Games?
like, can I or what like the Half-Life, Counter-Strike bundle? I may say Pokemon is my third, bro. So many people are saying Halo as well. I know Halo. I know.
It's Pokemon. You know it's Pokemon.
I have very poor memories of Halo. I can't pick 3. I actually think it's impossible to pick 3.
Oh, it's Pokemon.
I mean, you could say Fortnite this day and age, by the way. I also want to say Grand Theft Auto. I'll never forget playing Grand Theft Auto for the first time. Bro, Grand Theft Auto, that was a game like I never played before.
Yeah.
And Grand Theft Auto has transcended so much time that here we are in 2025 itching and begging for GTA 6. Like, really think about that.
Yeah.
That's how long that game's been going on for. That I remember playing it when I was younger, and now we are amped.
The Valve Golden Age. Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
I can't pick 3. There's too many good games back in the day. There's too many. Okay, I'll say this. Call of Duty and World of Warcraft have to be up there for me. Sure.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. That's one of the reasons why I don't really do top 5s. Or I don't do tops. Like, it's like, what's your top 5 games? I'll be like, well, I have 5 games. Right? I don't do top 3. I have 3. Right? Because like when you have thousands of things to choose from, the things in your your 3 most favorite, or the things in your 5 most favorite, or whatever, like you might have the pinnacle, and then everything else after that is just like, I don't know, they're interchangeable, right? So he ain't a femboy. Yeah, exactly. Oh man, 4 hours already though, chat. Damn, that kind of came and went pretty quick, huh? 4 hours already, which means, yeah, we're at the end of our stream here. We got a couple more minutes though. A couple more minutes. I'll go ahead and get rid of this out of the chat. We still got plenty of stuff as well. Wait, is this? Hang on, how long is this? Maybe we'll do one more. Let me check. This whole bit was 22 minutes. All right, we'll do one more. One more. Hang on. I'll give you guys one more. This is Amelie and Scuff, so you know we have to watch it. Last one.
Give me a second. Experiencing Scuff.
Thanks for the poke.
Something's wrong with my stream deck. 1 second. The OBS won't let me switch scenes. I'm gonna download an update.
Yeah, because that'll fix it.
Hopefully it lets me do it live.
I mean, you can download the update. You're not gonna be able to install it.
Oh god. And a golden kappa? Oh my lord.
Hey, fun fact, guys. I actually have had a golden kappa train. I legitimately had a golden kappa train before. It was when I had less than 200 followers. I think I was playing Overwatch. We had a golden kappa train and we actually got it. I also helped very had a golden kappa train, and I think I soloed it. I think I gave like $5 or $10 or whatever to get to level 2 so we could get the emotes.
Right now in front of my salad? Oh my god. Okay.
Right in front of my salad?
It still won't work. What's happening? Okay, I might have to just do it manually and forget about Stream Deck.
Well, it means it's your Stream Deck that's fucking up. It's not your OBS.
Oh. Hello?
All right. Well,
where am I?
apparently it's not being captured.
Oh, did VTube Studio? No, VTube Studio didn't crash. I'm gonna close it and reopen it.
Did you check the source? Did you check the fucking source visibility in the scenes?
Hide and seek time. Hey, chat. Do you see the fish? If you see the fish, point to the fish. Just kidding. She's invisible. You can't see her. There is no fish.
There is no fish. The fish was a lie.
Where the
Absolutely
fuck,
stunning.
where am I? You know what's really funny? I named this VTube Studio Don't Touch Me. That's what...
That is hilarious. And you know what's actually funny about that? I would do the same fucking thing. Like, once you have your scene set up, right? When you're working with OBS or you're working as a content creator in general, once you have your shit set up and you're in production and like everything is working, you leave it the fuck alone. Because anything you do will break it.
Named. Let me go here and see if I'm here. Okay.
That's such a good stinger.
What the fuck? Where am I? Where could she be hiding? I don't know what to do. No. And during Golden Kappa, I'm gonna.
Did she just call it Kappa? Wait, did she just call it Kappa? Oh, my sweetheart, we need to have a conversation.
I'm gonna lose it. You guys say you can't do anything. Go ahead, tattle to him. He can't fix.
I love this emote, dude. Okay, Ama's whole thing with that stupid "let me do it for you" dog thing, it just brings me so much dumbass joy. It brings me so much joy in my life. I love this emote. I wish whoever did this emote could hear me saying that I love this emote, but I fucking love this dumbass dog emote. It's so good.
All he's gonna do is yell at me and tell me to restart my computer. And I know that, but I don't want to
Okay, there it is.
the computer. We're gonna lose the.
No, it's Kappa. Yeah, that thing. Yeah, the Kermie, the fucking. I should draw one of those. What do you think, chat? Do you think if I drew one of those, you guys would use it? I could probably draw one of those. It looks really dumb and really scuffed, so I could probably make it. But yeah.
Golden Kappa. Hi guys.
Kappa.
Today, there is no VTuber. Ama isn't real. I'm not real.
Oh, thank God, we're free.
Disembodied voice talking. Fuck.
Damn, if you're calling me, it must be bad.
I don't.
Oh,
I
Sayu.
know where my VTuber is. She's not appearing on screen.
Okay,
Where's my skin?
Stupid question. Stupid question.
Go ahead. VTuber.
Is it visible? Is the source visible?
No. It is on in OBS, right?
It is on. It is source visibility on, right? It's the first thing we ask. Okay? We're tech support. We have Sayu. Sayu comes in. First things he asks. Is it enabled?
What do you mean? It's always
Like,
on.
So can you see your VTuber model yourself?
No.
No? Okay. Have you thought that maybe she's just off to the side?
No, because I can see the outline.
Can you share your screen with me?
There you go.
Also, this is during Golden Kappa. Like I have a Golden Kappa train right now. So
Kappa.
I
Golden Kappa.
God damn it! Is it not Kappa? Now I'm second guessing myself. It's Kappa, right? It's not Kappa. It's Kappa. Please, for the love of God, tell me it's Kappa.
I don't want to close my. I know the solution. The solution would be close to OBS and restart my computer. I think.
Okay. Well, here. Where's VTube Studio?
It's over on this. It's over here. So she's
Okay,
here.
so your model is there.
Yeah, she's
Your
here.
model is there.
Yes, but I just can't
Okay.
see her in stream.
So double click on that VTube Studio thing. Don't touch me thing you have.
Oh yeah, the thing that I literally labeled it. Don't touch me.
Right click. That's my bad. Properties. Oh, you can't even go to properties.
Yeah, something's happening.
Is it because it's locked? Wait, do you need to unlock it? Hang on. If I go to mine. Hang on. Also, by the way, she's not using spout capture, I don't think, which she should be using. But I'm not her, No, I can go to properties when it's locked. Okay. All right. Fucking, I guess we'll find out.
What the fuck?
I know.
Unless she has a window popped up somewhere else of properties and like OBS has popped over it.
It's like locking me.
Kappa? The yokai. I have no idea.
Out. There's a paywall.
Press the plus sign on OBS.
Sources.
Just add a new one, yeah.
Yeah. And then
I almost deleted everything.
Do you not have
Jesus.
the spout thing?
Saw you, my love. Sayu. Thank you. There are not many people within the VTubing space that are voices of reason and or intellect. But every now and then, they do pop up and they make me very happy. I am so happy you exist. Thank you for existing.
No, I've never figured out how to get that to work. That's
You download a thing, you install it, you go to VTube Studio, you enable it, and then you add it as a source in OBS, and you're done. That's literally it. That's literally it. That's all it is.
Way beyond my pay grade.
What are you doing?
That's way too complicated,
Dude,
Sayu.
it's so easy. It's a plugin.
Thank you. Yeah, there it is.
Beyond my pay grade. I have it. So I actually have it in VTube Studio. I have it. I just have never figured
Yeah, but you don't have it installed.
Install it in OBS. Like you just have to.
You have to download a software and run it.
You have to download a program and then install
Is that
it.
what I have to do?
Yeah.
Newest VShojo talent member, ladies and gentlemen. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
And Sakai, no. Your eyeballs pay for dogs'
Honestly,
food, though.
it took me some time to explain it to. Honestly, it took some time explaining it to me because to install it, I didn't understand how to by myself. Look, the difference is were you able to do it? If yes, congratulations. You beat Ama.
Yeah, it's stupid easy. Like you would have to install, and then you really would have to restart.
I think
OBS,
I 90%ed this progress, and then I stopped it.
You sure did, from the sounds of it. Can't you just make it either a video capture or a
We could try.
Game catcher? You should probably make it a game catcher.
You don't have a webcam plugged in, right?
No.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
Thanks. I've done that before on stream.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Okay. I have a webcam. Hello. That webcam never fucking moves.
Okay.
Yes, I have spout on. Well, then there you go. You're better. You're just better.
Yeah, VTube Studio Cam. Try that.
Oh.
Unity has.
Not started setting image data.
What the f is that?
Damn, that's impressive.
Wait, chat can see. What the f is that? Unity has not started sending image.
Because you have to go to VTube Studio.
all right.
To activate virtual camera. You see that thing where it says virtual right there? Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay.
You're welcome. There
But
you go.
wait,
Holy
but no,
tits.
but wait, she's not see-through.
Okay. Oh, I see the dilemma.
Yeah, you need to do the transparency capture background thing, which he normally has.
Here's what you're gonna have to do for now if you don't want to restart OBS.
No,
No. Let me finish.
Damn.
Change the background to green.
Oh, green and green screen.
No, stop.
Dude, come on. Come on. How does somebody like her make it this far?
Already in the wrong area. You're already in the wrong area.
What do I
Go to VTube Studio.
You go to VTube Studio, change the color of the background from black to green.
It's gonna be like she has so many doodads. She's gonna be surrounded in green.
Look, do you want this fixed without restarting OBS or not?
He's got a point.
Okay.
He's got a point.
Oh my god, I'm gonna.
Then you go to
Sayu is how. You know what? Fair.
Wire transform. Click on effect filters.
I don't know how to do this.
Because this is funny to some people. It's fucking hilarious. Oh yeah, nice ears.
Doesn't look as bad.
Nice ears.
Adjust the settings. Go to the similarity. Nope. That's
No, it's
yeah, now you're just a ghost.
for now. I'm.
Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It is fucking hilarious. It's just sometimes I'm like, how have you made it this far? And I think the answer is we set it up once and then we never touched it again. Which is honestly kind of based because that is how most military institutions
I'm
run.
barely here. It's the ghost of Monarch.
With the green fishy ears.
This is the fix when you don't want to restart OBS.
Ah.
You should just restart OBS at this point.
Say, Shigo or Chiego came aboard. I don't know, dude.
Chiego?
Make the window bigger so then the black bars aren't on the screen, please.
No, that's perfect the way it is.
All right, great.
Anyway, I think you're done here, Sayu.
It's a temporary fix.
What's funny is I was like, Sai, you can't help me. All I need to do is restart OBS, but I don't wanna.
You're such a fucking...
You could have easily restarted OBS.
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Tech Support.
I might have an answer.
If I end stream, restart OBS really fast, and reopen stream, how many seconds does Twitch give me? Also, my chat's broken. If you can see on screen. So something's not happening. Do you see? Something's wrong.
Is that emotes?
I think it's
Is it just
stream
the emotes?
Oh, dude, your thing is like freezing up.
It's because I've opened the internet now.
Oh my god, what is happening?
Like, this is
what
the
is
best this is the best I can do to help you.
This is truly the best.
A lot of this is definitely probably
yeah, you definitely need to restart OBS.
I drowned myself in game.
Question.
Drowned myself.
Question. You didn't update OBS, right?
That Arctic.
No, but I updated this.
Stream
I thought this was
Stream Deck?
wrong. Yeah, for some reason it still won't let me change. So something's
Did you restart Stream Deck?
I did.
Okay, there's a difference between closing it and then in the little window tab, because that's not closing it. That's just minimizing it.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah, there is a so you know that little tab in usually in the right hand corner of your
because every fucking software nowadays when you hit the X button, oh, there goes my computer monitor again. Every fucking software nowadays when you hit the X button, it doesn't actually close out the software, it just pushes it to the dock.
Your monitor, whichever your main is, where
I know the lag is fucking terrible.
And, like the internet icon. If you click on the little arrow, you should see the Stream Deck icon.
Ooh.
Right click on that.
Thing next to it. Interesting. Okay.
That's because you're live.
Oh.
Got a red circle indicating recording. Dude, Jesus fucking Christ. What did you think it meant? Warning? Jesus Christ. All right, I think that's enough for this stream. I think before I am infected somehow through the internet with Amma's issues, we're gonna go ahead and call it. I think I'm good now. I think I'm gonna go. I think I need to go eat food and fucking bleach my brain. Professional VTuber, corporate VTuber, by the way, paid to do this. I was paying her to do this. Oh boy, she sure is making money off of this. Oh god. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna go. I had a wonderful time. Thank you guys for hanging out. Tomorrow is Monday, which means I'm probably going back to playing Marvel Rivals. Way too much Marvel Rivals. I have a problem. Please free me. But yeah, if you like this content, if you like the React content, submit the React videos in the React channel in the Discord, and we'll be doing more next Sunday after we do Twitch Plays Pokemon on Saturday, and hopefully we eventually beat the Elite Four. I'm gonna go now. Bye.